All right, hello everyone. I'm JT Siskowski with Status Coup, live here on the ground in Detroit, Michigan, from inside of Abdul El Sayed's watch party here at the Majestic Theater. This room right now is packed with Abdul El Sayed supporters, journalists, and more, creators, etc. here in this room, who are many of them hoping for an Abdul El Sayed victory here in Michigan, to see if this progressive wave has not crested in the United States before Michigan, and if it is continuing to swell and can count a victory here in the swing state of Michigan as part of some of its successes. There were cheers in this room just a moment ago. Cheers erupting through this room as the first results came across the CNN screen that is on here behind me over my shoulder. On that screen, it showed Abdul with an early lead, though I will caution that is with 1% of the vote counted. From election analysis, what we are expecting is for there to be what we would call a Haley Stevens mirage here early in the night. Not 1% early, but as the early vote totals come in, we're expecting Haley Stevens to do better than she will be by the end of the night. So that's the dynamic to watch play out. We'll be giving you live updates here as we go along. I'm also kind of killing a little bit of time here because behind us we have Maurice with the Working Families Party. I would love to grab him for an interview here. He has been out campaigning hard for Abdul El Sayed, and we will be making our way through this room trying to talk to as many people as we can here tonight. And I'll also, once I get done kind of giving this opening spiel, I'm going to pull up the live chat and try to interact with as many of you and answer your questions as I can while we are down here. So please put those in the chat. I already see you all saying hello to me and hello to all of you at home as well. I should also be giving a shout out to my cameraman here, John Farina, who has been allowing me to just drive him absolutely nuts as we go from event to event to event to event. Let him get in a little nap before the watch party here tonight. Hopefully he doesn't mind me talking about his age showing here tonight. I'm going to go try grab Maurice real quick.
Oh, snap. Oh, that's dope. That's amazing, man. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Wait, you hit me up about it? I texted you, yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, absolutely.
My name is Al Sharif.
Yes, Al Sharif. Yes. Okay. So let's talk. I mean, we're gonna need that in this state.
Exactly.
So let's figure out.
We have 40 beds already. We know exactly where, and there's already a community there. They do yoga. There's campfires every Thursday. Beautiful healing community.
All right, I'm gonna definitely chat about it. I'll come out. Yeah, man. That's dope, man.
Sorry, Maurice, I didn't mean to pull you away if you were in the middle of something, but my name's JT. I'm with Status Coup News.
Hey, yeah.
Did you mind if I grab you for the same quick
not
little
at all.
interview thing?
Let me just make sure that, hey, this is JT from Status Coup News.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Hi, Amira. Nice to meet you.
We're going
Nice
to
to
do an
meet you.
interview. Could you get his information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take that picture. I ran out of business cards. I've been talking to so many press people at this point. Yep.
Okay.
All right. So, John, we're all set. This is my cameraman, John.
Okay.
Maurice, if I could just first have you introduce yourself and Working Families Party and your connection to the El Sayed campaign.
Hey, my name is Maurice Mitchell. I'm the National Director of the Working Families Party. And the Working Families Party, we're a grassroots political party. We believe, very simply, that in a democracy, the people should lead, the people should govern, not corporations, not their PACs, not APAC, not the Heritage Foundation. And we recruit grassroots candidates from the hyper-local level, like school board, all the way up to the federal government, like folks like Abdul El Sayed.
Okay, so all the way up to folks like Abdul El Sayed, and now you are here at his campaign watch party. What's the mood from you? I mean, how optimistic, pessimistic you feeling about the night?
I'd rather be us than them. Let me just say that, right? I'd rather be us than them, and I'll tell you why. I've been crisscrossing this state. I was in Lansing with Will Lawrence, another one of our candidates, who's basically running on the same platform. I was in Detroit, other parts of Detroit, with Donovan McKinney. I've been with Abdul in a number of places, and I'm feeling this energy. I'm seeing a multiracial coalition. I'm seeing a coalition that includes people of every religion. I'm seeing young people, elders all come out. I'm seeing, Reverend Jackson passed not too long ago. I'm seeing the Rainbow Coalition, and it's giving me a lot of hope. Frankly, this candidacy and this election day is part of the context of something much bigger, right? So this started in the winter in New Jersey, in the suburbs of New Jersey with Ana Lilia Mejia, and she came in 10 weeks before Election Day. She was willing to call a genocide a genocide. She was fighting for Medicare for all. She was fighting to abolish ICE, right? And there were people saying, like, look, there's no way a candidate like that can win in the suburbs of New Jersey. She's now sitting in Congress. And since then, we've seen wins in New York. We've seen wins in California. All 7 of our congressional races in California we've won. 5 of them are in competitive races, right? And when we won in New York and California, they're like, well, it's a coastal thing, right? But then, with Malak Keros, we won in Colorado. And then now we're on the precipice of winning in the Midwest. And I couldn't be more proud, and I couldn't be more excited. And the thing is, the other thing that's happening is,
sorry, I'm just going to pause really quick just to note that the cheering is because there's 3% of the vote in right now, and it still shows Abdul Al-Sayed in the lead. That's why you're hearing those cheers as more votes come in, and we'll continue to bring you those results. But I apologize, we cut you off in the middle of your answer.
Too, right.
So maybe I can, since you were just talking there about, looking to bring these victories now to the Midwest, this is part of a whole, you just laid them all out, the string of progressive victories that we have seen across the country in this election cycle. Where's the limit? I mean, where's the ceiling on this?
Honestly, there is no ceiling, and I'll tell you why. The ceiling is as far as we're willing to organize. Because, I don't believe that Republicans and Democrats are the majority anymore. I think the majority is the pissed off majority. People who saw the Epstein files and they were disgusted. People who are tired of the price of basic goods and their groceries going up. People who are tired of the price of gas going up because of war in Iran that can't be explained. People who are just tired of the status quo. They're tired of their bosses asking them to do more and paying them less. That is a super majority of Americans. So that is the limit of this movement if we're willing to do it. The limit is up to us, our effort and our willingness to communicate to every single one of our neighbors that there's room in this movement for you. If you're a political independent, if you lean left, if you lean right, if you identify as a leftist, if you don't have a political identity, if you're a former Republican, if you are a working person, then honestly, the line is drawn. It's all of us versus a few dozen oligarchs who are trying to take everything away from us in order to replace us with their robots, and we could stop them.
Well, if you're not a Status Coup fan, you would have fooled me with that answer. Used all the same buzzwords of the topics we like to cover here, so appreciate that. In terms of after tonight, let's imagine, fast forward a few hours, you're celebrating an Abdul El-Sayed victory. Where is your attention turning elsewhere in the country?
Sure, I'm going to be looking at Florida, Angie Nixon's race. I'm curious about today the outcome of the races in St. Louis with Cori Bush and Justin Pearson in Tennessee, and then we got a lot of work to do. We got 13 weeks to win the general election, right? And so, this is going to be a competitive race. And so there's more organizing to do in Michigan here with Abdul, more organizing to do with Will Lawrence, more organizing to do with Randy Villegas in the Central Valley in California, Bob Brooks in the Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania, the Poindexter race in Ohio, where these are competitive races where independents who aren't taking a dime of corporate PAC money, who want Medicare for all. What's interesting about those races is those are the quote-unquote red to blue flips. And traditionally, if you listen to Democratic Party pollsters in D.C., they say, well, we need the most milquetoast moderates to be in those seats. People who, are pretty bland, small business owners that maybe have a military background and don't say too much to make anybody angry. But in those races that I just talked about, you have true independents that when they get into office, they're going to be demanding Medicare for all and going to be joining Abdul in that fight. And what's going to be so critical is that when that happens, the leadership of the Democratic Party can't pretend, oh, well, our frontline members are telling us you can't do it. It's like, no. Your frontline members, we elected, and they're saying we must do that. So that's what I'm looking forward to do. Let's win here. Let's do one victory lap, and then we have to get right back to work, get Abdul over the hump, because there's this fake electability story going around that candidates like Abdul can't win in states like Michigan. We know that's a lie because we have done our own independent research at WFP. We just recently did a poll, and it shows generically, especially in these districts where they're, kind of purple districts, that the median voter, when given a chance, majorities will choose the independent that's not taking a dime of PAC money rather than the safe moderate that is taking the PAC money and standing up for the status quo.
All right, you're going to have to give a bunch more of these interviews, so I won't hold you too much longer. A couple of last questions. First of all, let's address with people, where do you see the Working Families Party as fitting in the largely duopoly like power structure that we see in the United States?
Well, we think one of the fundamental problems in all of this is the very rigid duopoly, the Coke versus Pepsi duopoly, political duopoly in this country. There are people who identify as Democrats and there are people who identify as Republicans, but that isn't the majority of us. Most of us just slot ourselves in because we have to. And there's so much political expression and ideological diversity that isn't being expressed. And as a result, a lot of people, like 90 million people, didn't even go to the polls November 2024 because they felt politically homeless. We're building a political home for the politically homeless, and we're focused on changing the structures of our democracy so we could have a multi-party democracy. So proportional representation, fusion voting. We have a ballot line in New York and Connecticut and Oregon as the Working Families Party, and we want to do that in more places like Michigan. And people, whenever they're polled, they say, yes, we want a multi-party democracy. That's one of the things we're going to make happen over the next few years.
Okay, so early... trying to figure out exactly who they were chanting for there, but I think I missed it. So my last question is to get you to respond to a voter I interviewed earlier today in Northwest Detroit. Coming out of a polling place, he told me he voted for Haley Stevens, and I brought up the fact of the money in politics because he had talked about corruption as being an important issue to him. I said Haley Stevens has benefited from tens of millions of dollars, and his reaction was kind of cynical, but maybe a representative of where a lot of Americans are at right now, which is to say that he said that everybody's going to be bought and paid for by somebody. Yep. So I've just basically got to pick the devil I know.
That's right.
And what's your response to that when you see someone in, obviously not the candidate you're backing here in this race, but going with Haley Stevens and just kind of acting like money in the system is just kind of inevitability of the system?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I hear that from voters, and I totally understand how living in this country and experiencing the deep-rooted corruption from the local level all the way to the top, the corporate rot that most Americans have experienced every single day of their lives, why a voter might make a cynical choice like that. It makes so much sense to me, and I don't blame that voter. I blame the system, which is why it's so important for us to elect candidates like Abdul al-Sayed, for us to elect candidates like the Working Families candidate Zohran Mamdani, right? Because I've also seen that when candidates like that enter the scene, people are healed from their political heartbreak and people are healed from their understandable political cynicism. Because honestly, cynicism is a political project of the right wing. They benefit when candidates are when voters are cynical. When voters are cynical, it means they're going to make decisions that basically say you can't fight City Hall. So I'm not going to vote to fight City Hall, not because I don't want to, because I know it's impossible. Instead, I'm just going to put my head down and deal with the devil I know, right? But when you see things like Zohran Mamdani beating the establishment and then immediately pivoting to governing the city of New York, it actually shakes people out of that cynicism. So my answer to the cynicism is organizing. And my answer to the cynicism is rooms like this, where you see people of every race, every background, every religion. Basically, this room is making a lie out of TV news that says we're all divided. It's just a binary. It's red America and blue America. It's MAGA America and woke America. I don't see that here. I see all of America here. And so we just need to keep on organizing, and eventually we're going to bring in our cynical cousins, right? They want to believe, but nothing in their experience has shown them that it's possible until I think now. And so it's going to take some time to organize somebody like that voter. I'm willing to do the hard work to organize people like that voter.
I'll let you get out of here so you can go do that work. Maurice, thank you so much for taking the time, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Okay, so sorry about that, folks. I was trying to set the stage here a little bit, but I saw Maurice. I knew I wanted to grab him. So let's actually talk to set the tone since and build off a few things that Maurice had said here. Sorry, so we're trying to reposition ourselves because we are kind of blocking the door a little bit. So now we're taking up a little bit less of people's space as they're going to get their drinks. We don't want to separate people from their alcohol tonight. All right, so Maurice was just talking about it, how diverse this crowd is. People of every race, people of every religion. You heard him go down the line, except he didn't mention one thing, and that is people of every age. While this room, I think, probably skews younger than most campaign watch parties tend to do, and I've covered a fair share. And again, they put the results up there, and Abdul Al-Sayed now leading with nearly 2/3 of the vote, with 5% in, which is huge. That is incredible. We were expecting a Haley Stevens mirage early in the night to then evaporate, but that is not what is happening, at least so far. But again, only 5%, 95% of the vote to go. People just cheer every time that same graphic comes up on screen, even if there is no vote difference whatsoever. Sorry? We have over 1,000 people watching tonight. Thank you for joining us. If you are new here at Status Coup, I really appreciate it. This is probably where I should then pay the bills and say, if you welcome this kind of look inside of progressive organizing, and this is really a who's who room of progressive politics in this room, and we'll be talking to more of them here in just a moment. You appreciate that on-the-ground perspective, a leading on-the-ground voice. We have been here on the ground following this race now for the last several days. We had been following this race before that. We had interviewed Abdul Al-Sayed on our program. We had tried to interview Haley Stevens. I'll get to that in just a minute, believe you me. But we have been following this race. We believe in on-the-ground journalism, being committed to the work we do, and we never break for an ad here on Status Coup because we don't need to, because we are sustained by our members. So anything I say is not funded by any political party. It's not funded by any corporation. It is not funded by any oligarch. You can know that what I am telling you is just the truth as I am seeing it here on the ground, from what I am hearing from people here on the ground, and using my own moral compass to guide me where needed in determining, what is just morally right in certain situations. And if you think more news should be like this, on the ground, doing this actual focus on working class issues, go to statuscoup.com/join for as low as $5 a month. You go to sustain our on-the-ground coverage because this is expensive work. It costs us thousands of dollars to be here. We have to pay for hotels, flights, cars, equipment, food for John and I, because we do occasionally like to eat, on top of everything else, all of the miscellaneous expenses to add in there. It costs us thousands of dollars. When we were on the ground in Minneapolis during the ICE raids there, we lived there for 2 months. Just about. John did live there for 2 months, aside from a short break around Christmas. But we generated, it was $15,000 in expenses to keep our team there on the ground. So that is the kind of thing that you go to fund by becoming a member here at Status Coup. So statuscoup.com/join. Also, thank you for being with us. Anybody who is new, we really welcome you, and we hope that you continue to follow the work that we do here. I'm keeping a constant look at my phone because I am expecting to see notifications from our team here giving me a little bit more about information about what is happening here. Hassan Piker in the house here right behind us as well, making his way through the crowd with his own camera trailing him. Like I said, who's who of progressive politics out here is something that we should expect to see more of. I'll probably try to grab Hassan maybe a little bit later for an interview. He was a man on the mission over there to go and find somebody. So in any case, some of the races we are watching here in Michigan tonight, this is the part that I've been trying to get out, and we keep getting interrupted with so much happening around us here, with so many cheers and people to already talk to and interview. The races we are watching here, obviously Abdul Al-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. In Michigan's 13th congressional district, we are also watching Donovan McKinney versus Shri Thanadar, who is the Democratic incumbent. Shri is, or Representative Thanadar is, Donovan McKinney, who is challenging in that district, is a DSA endorsed candidate. We were live for some of his campaign events, interviewed him here on our programs. People still displaying those same 5% vote totals. Numbers changed very little from the last time we looked at them, with Abdul El-Sayed still with nearly that 2/3 victory. You also heard in our interview with Maurice that Will Lawrence here is another race that we will be watching here in Michigan. But we're also going to be keeping a close eye on Missouri. With all of the focus on Michigan, Missouri has almost been and also ran tonight, and it should not be, because Cori Bush is trying to reclaim her congressional seat in St. Louis tonight, after she had been stripped of that seat by huge amounts of AIPAC spending that came in that race. So we'll be watching those results as well to see what comes out about them. I am actually pulling up some of the accounts that I follow here for election results to be able to read off to you live here. And right now, what we are seeing is initial results look extremely strong for Abdul El-Sayed, who now appears more likely than not to win the absentee vote before expanding his advantage in the remaining election day vote. He is on track for a decisive victory. This might be an early night for us. That is not us calling it. That is according to Zachary Danini at Vote Hub. They do very good work over there in terms of kind of just elections by the numbers, so I'll be turning to them for a lot of vote counts here tonight. That said, I'm going to ask Michelle, Tanita, Jordan, our whole Status Coup team watching this at home. You guys could be messaging me updates here. It would go a long way, so I'm not constantly just reading my phone. But before we get here out into the crowd, John, do you want to just lift the camera up and just survey it? I know you did it once already. Just give a sense before we wade into the crowd ourselves. Hundreds of people in here. Hundreds of people crammed into this auditorium space. Usually concert venue space in here. And as John, if you'll just pan to the right a little bit, show Media Row up there. The press cameras elevated above everybody else. You can see them not down in here doing the interviews, but just doing the behind me. You'll see that whole shtick and rigmarole that the corporate press does here tonight. Son Piker again making his way through. He'll be at the center of a lot of attention tonight, because that'll be another thing to see. So, he has really embraced Donovan McKinney here, who is currently leading Rep. Sri Sanadar 66% to 33%, according to C-SPAN. And earlier I called it CNN that was on the screen. It is C-SPAN that they have on here. Don't want to slander the Abdul El-Sayed campaign that way. But yes, Donovan McKinney in Michigan's 13th district, that DSA endorsed candidate, with a decisive lead in his race over Representative Sri Thanadar. So let's start to make our way in here, John. And if you see anybody, tap me on the shoulder, grab them. I'll kind of have my head on the swivel. Pardon me, my man. I'm a reporter. Would you mind if I interview you?
Sorry, I got to run down.
Yeah, go for it. We had just seen it.
Steve Alex wants to. She's part of the,
Alex?
things to watch. It is like the
She's on her way up there. Oh, wait. No. Hey, what's up? We're live right now. Does anybody want an interview, talking about how they're feeling early in the night?
All right, check it out. So we took a poll.
Oh, good.
Look. You know me, I'm ready. I'm on go mode. Let's go.
Yeah,
We
always.
took a poll earlier from all of us, and the answers range from like 5 points up to, what was it, a million, thousand, billion? What was it?
Yeah. Close
man?
to that. Close
Like
to that.
86 million or something like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, the consenting opinion is he's going to kick our ass.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the consent. Yeah, okay. And there they're showing those Donovan McKinney numbers up on the screen. Those are the numbers I was reading off to you just a minute ago. But you see Donovan McKinney with just 2% of the vote in, with that commanding lead over Representative Sri Thanadar. And he...
What you got to realize about that number is when 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5% in, these are small districts with not a lot of voters because that's how they get their counts in so fast, which means it's not big city Detroit. It's like the suburbs, the smaller areas where you might say that, you know, Rep. Thanadar might have a better advantage. Clearly he doesn't. So.
And I'll note, not to jinx anything for the Abdul El Sayed campaign tonight, but you know, a lot of the analysis coming into tonight was that Haley Stevens would actually have a mirage of an early in terms of vote totals that would diminish as more of the vote was counted across Election Day. That's not the case so far. I mean, just me saying that, I'm seeing some of you smile back at me. What are you feeling when I'm telling you that?
You thought she would give you a little stick it to him, like she would do that? I mean, I was hoping not.
Now, what we're seeing is that when it comes to giving money to Israel, when it comes to taking money from corporate PACs, when it comes to the same old, the message from Abdul El Sayed of money out of politics and Medicare for all is actually the Michigan way.
Yeah, it's almost like when you put people before profits, they like that. It's crazy. It's a wild concept.
A wild concept that is really being put to the test tonight here in Michigan. We like launched right into it. No doubt the audience is going to know some, if not all of you, but can we go down and just like get everybody to introduce themselves really quick?
Yeah, I'm Matt, USMC Angry Veteran across all the social medias.
I'm Jolly Good Ginger, your favorite redneck.
I'm Lysandra. My handle's Lysandra V Comedy. I do comedy.
I'm Amanda. I'm Cats on a Couch, and I hate JD Vance.
We all do.
So, how long have you guys been on the ground here in Michigan, and what are some of the vibes that you've gotten from the people of Michigan that you can share? Like, what's the you know, how energized are people feeling for the progressive wave we've seen across the country? Is it resonating here in Michigan as well?
Yeah, you know, we were out canvassing all day today in the heat, and we had some really, really good conversations, hard conversations, but good conversations, and people that weren't necessarily ready to vote or incentivized to vote, they were going out and voting after. Like, we had meaningful conversations that got them out the door. So I think that's important. I think the canvassing of it all, especially, it all happens with one conversation at a time, especially when a candidate like Haley Stevens has so much corporate backing. So she has the funds to be able to just like flood the zone with misinformation about Abdul on every single commercial. And so like my Lyft driver this morning, my first one, I asked her if she was planning on voting, and she was like, well, I don't know. And he goes, well, I said, I'm here to canvass for Abdul El Sayed. And she goes, well, doesn't he hate women? And I was like, do you even know? And then I was like, girly pop. And I went through all the things, and she was like, oh, that's crazy. I'm going to go get me and my husband to go vote for him. And I was like, and that's the Michigan way.
And that's the Michigan way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what they said. I couldn't say it any better. It was one-to-one talking with people and listening to their concerns and taking the buzzwords out of it. They're like, I'm concerned with this and this and this. And I was like, have I got a guy for you, right? And as soon as we started talking about giving them some literature, and they're like, oh, everything I'm worried about are things that he's talking about. I can get behind this guy. That's all it takes, man. Just
a last strategy question here for you, something to think bigger about as this progressive movement builds. We saw Abdul El Sayed really embrace creators and new media, especially in his campaigns. Not that that is something new for this election, but certainly the way that he implemented it, I think, was really leaning forward. As creators in this space, where do you see new media playing a role going forward? In what ways should campaigns be taking advantage of people like you and your followings?
Well, I think I spoke to a lot of Michiganders that weren't voting at all. Like I talked to all of my drivers today, but these are important conversations because we've talked to a few people that said they weren't going to vote ever again, like vote at all, because they have felt so discouraged by the fact that they've voted and they've never felt represented before. And so we have a lot of that because they also feel like they can't trust like news sources or anything like that. He's like, oh, I don't know where to get information. And I was like, well, lucky for you. I'm like, if you follow some like creators and creatives that you feel like you can actually trust, we get the information and we actually like process it, and we're a good resource for the people that don't have the time to be as like online and in all the meetings that we're in and reading all the stuff, we can distill it, and that's where I think politicians could really lean on us to give us the information that we need, so then people that we have the trust of can get that information from us.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. We've got millions of people that are trusting us with their information, or trusting us with the information that we're pushing out, and we are a resource that can be used if you would just freaking do it. That's really it. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Appreciate
I want to point it up at the stage right now. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Art III. I am proud to serve as the Michigan Political Director for the mighty UAW. I'm here on behalf of our international president, President Sean Fain, and the 350,000 active and retired members here in the state of Michigan. Now, I was born and raised in Flint, Michigan. That's right, that's Flint. And I'm fourth generation Michigander, fourth generation UAW, and this room is as Michigan as it gets. See, in the UAW, we talk about our history. We talk about our history, which in this state is a history of the many versus the money. Do you all know that to be true? Well, I'm going to just share a few moments of that, because in 1936, the Flint sit-down strike, a ragtag group of workers, took over. They sat down in the auto plants in Flint and took on the biggest corporations in the world at the time to win their union. The many won. In 1970, 400,000 UAW members went on strike. They went on strike to demand a dignified retirement for their body days off. The many won. And then in 2023, tens of thousands of auto workers across the country, some of them are here today, let's shout them out, had the courage to walk the stand-up strike, had the courage to walk off the job after the corporations had made incredible amounts of profits to demand their fair share, and they won. The many won. And now in 2026, when over $60 million poured into this state, pumped into our election, working people came together, they knocked on doors, they made phone calls, they talked to their loved ones, to their family members, to their co-workers, and tonight we are going to see, once again, in the state of Michigan, the many will win. And in November, the many will win. Now listen, what we say in the UAW all the time is pick a side. You can fight for the working class, or you can do the bidding of billionaires and corporations, but you cannot do both. Abdul picked a side. The UAW has fought and is fighting like hell for Abdul, because we know that Abdul is going to fight like hell for us. Thank you all so much. Solidarity forever.
Pardon me, man. Put me on real quick, John. All right, folks, so we are going to be making adjustments here as speakers come up on stage. We'll be kind of changing how our microphone setup is, and I'll be maybe running closer to the stage, so just bear with us as we try to get that audio as good as we can for you. There are 2,000 of you watching right now. I'm incredibly humbled. We are the leading on-the-ground independent outlet anywhere in the country on just about any topic. Where the news is happening, we are there. The real news, not the bullshit fluff, not just weather coverage. We are there for the stories that actually impact working people. We document progressive movements like this. We cover when Gestapo ICE agents are in your communities, terrorizing your friends, family, neighbors, you, when they are tear gassing your neighborhoods. John and I, my cameraman, put ourselves there on the line to tell those stories up close and personal. We don't do it like the corporate press where we stand well away from the action and just say over my shoulder, some stuff is happening, I'm not really sure what, but I'm sure the state is justified in whatever violence it is using against people. Or I'm sure that these poor people out here don't need health care, don't need voting rights. We don't do that pro-corporate slop news here. We center working people in our coverage. We believe in it. We lift up working class voices. And that is also the coverage that we have been doing here for the now several days that we have been here on the ground in Michigan, interviewing people at polling places, interviewing people at canvases, going on canvases ourselves to listen to voters at the doors, to talk to candidates in person, get those interviews, send them to you here, while also breaking news on more deaths happening at the Delaney Hall ICE prison camp in New Jersey. That is what we do here at Status Coup. We remain committed to the news, and we believe in it wholeheartly. You share that vision for what news can and should be in this country. The best way you can help us grow is by going to statuscoup.com/join for as low as $5 a month or 16 cents a day. You go to keep us here on the ground, lifting up working class voices, covering people-focused and people-powered movements like this campaign, Abdul al-Sayed's, that we are covering here. And we are often well ahead of the game in terms of the corporate press. The story that we were in Minneapolis for a month before Renee Good was murdered. We were talking to Francesca Hong, interviewing her as the socialist candidate for governor long before she broke through to the mainstream in the Wisconsin race. We have been interviewing Abdul al-Sayed several times now in several different states. And we are really proud of the coverage that we offer, and we would be absolutely humbled, and I would take my hat off to you. New Tigers hat that I just bought today. I would take my hat off to you and say thank you if you already are a paying member to us, or if you want to become one here at Status Coup. So, with that, so I am just looking to check vote totals here and to check some of our election information that we are getting. Let's see. As we are out here. Okay. So the first maybe. Sorry, John, did you say something? Oh, we're making some changes to our audio levels here. It's very loud in here, so John has the microphone cranked up to pick up my voice over top of all the noise. But I am also a very loud talker, which I'm sure is peaking the microphone. And so John is trying to hit the best of both worlds there, where you can still hear me over everything, but where I'm not peaking the microphone. It's not an easy job for John. I'll keep him on his toes all night. But the first disappointing call of the night, if you are a part of this progressive movement that is supporting Abdul al-Sayed here tonight, is that the AP, the Associated Press, has called the Democratic primary in Missouri's 1st Congressional District for Representative Wesley Bell. He's currently crushing former Representative Cori Bush 71 to 26%. Although only 26% of the vote is counted, a high-profile loss in an otherwise good year for progressives. That is according to Nathaniel Rakich of VoteBeat. So there you go. The first high-profile progressive loss of the night. But at least here in Michigan so far, the progressives have the upper hand to this point. We'll see if that holds. We will see if that holds. I am looking through quickly for any more updates that I can give you. And I do have some for the U.S. House District 7 here in Michigan, the 7th House District. That's where William Lawrence is running, and he is one of these progressive back candidates. He is currently he's in a three-way race, and is currently leading with 41, nearly 42% of the vote. And he is ahead of Bridget Brink, his next closest competitor, by 11 points, and that is with 16% of the vote in. So still more to be counted, to be sure, but we have a lot more vote left to count. But that is encouraging signs. If you're a progressive here in Michigan, if you're a DSA style person, you have to love what you're seeing with Donovan McKinney in Michigan's 13th so far. If you're a supporter of Abdul El-Sayed, you've got to be pretty excited about where this night seems to be heading. So one of, and this is coming from Jordan Sheridan here, one of Michigan's top swing counties is Macomb County, and it's in a Detroit suburb. And it swung heavily for Democrats in 2008 and 2012 under Obama, and then shifted back to Trump in 2016 and 2020. And right now, with 5% of the vote in, Stevens has just a narrow vote. This would be a narrow lead. So this would be one of those counties where you would. Now, I want to be careful what I read into that. I'm into a single county's vote total in the Democratic primary. But one of these swing counties where you see Stevens with just the slightest of edges, and those suburb areas, is where Haley Stevens' home turf is. That is where you would expect her to do well as within some of the black neighborhoods, especially of Detroit. And I want to note, while we have just a break in the action here, while we have just a breath, I do want to note the outside spending that was such a focus of this race. In the Michigan Senate race, $80 million was spent by outside groups on this race alone. Think of the number of people that could get homes to. Think of the number of people that could feed. Think of the number of people that could educate. Think of the number of people that could give clean drinking water. Think of the number of people that they could give child care to. You can go down the line of all of these issues. When we talk to people on the ground here about what excites them about candidates, what do they want their leaders to do for them, they address all of these issues, not things that are nice value adds, things that the Democratic Party likes to talk about, like tax breaks here and there, or tweaking with the governmental code on the edges of federal law. No, they ask for transformative change that drastically improves their ability to live and their sense of security and safety. That is what voters tell us. Even people who are voting for Haley Stevens, they were telling us, John and I were asking them today, how do you feel about housing? How do you feel about education? And they all said, we need a lot more housing. We need a lot better education in our school districts. And it goes down the line like that. But still, some people swayed by advertisements or otherwise maybe have a pet issue or two where they feel still beholden, or they're convinced by the electability argument that a more moderate candidate is the one that they should be supporting. And I led with this to talk about the outside spending in elections, which $60 million of that, and that's where I was talking about those ads that are sometimes convincing to people. $60 million have flowed into this race on behalf of Haley Stevens. $30 million of that was from AIPAC and its affiliated groups. That's just the Israel lobby. $30 million on this race. That's how important, apparently, this race is to the state of Israel, a nation that is not here. Oh, and I see. I'm going to try and get another interview here really quick. You're stalking the Capitol, right? Yeah, hi. I'm JT Siskowski, a reporter with Status Coup News, online independent press about the law. So I was wondering if I could just ask you a couple of questions on why you wanted to be here tonight.
Yeah, of course.
For real. All right. So first, if I could have you, I think a lot of people are going to recognize your face nearly instantly from your videos, but can I get you to introduce yourself and your group, your organization?
Sure, I'm Nico. I'm a co-founder of the Political Integrity Project. Some folks might know me by Stalking the Capitol, my handle on social media.
Yeah, and I apologize that I didn't know you by your first name. I only knew you by your handle. So Nico, let's talk about the work that you do at Political Integrity Index. What is the work that Political Integrity Index does?
So the Political Integrity Project, our marquee product, as you just mentioned, is the Integrity Index. So we grade members of Congress based off their personal and campaign finances, and we want the Integrity Index to be the landing place where people can find that information so that they can make a educated decision when it comes to Election Day.
And it was so fortuitous that I saw you at this moment because I was just going over on camera for our audience all of the outside spending in this race. I was stumbling my way through it. Let me turn to an expert. Can you break down the outside spending in this race and who it's benefiting?
Yeah, I mean, it's historic. It's unprecedented, right? Haley Stevens, she's raised about $12 million in her principal campaign committee in what we consider to be an unethical way. There's a lot of corporate PAC money that's in that pool of money. There's also some money that's been earmarked through or from groups like APAC. But that's like the tip of the iceberg. You get into the super PAC spend, which has been historic. You have $30 million of UDP, that's APAC, super PAC money, going into positive ads about Haley Stevens, and $20 million going to negative advertising about Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. It's really unprecedented. And it's a sad state of politics, but what we're seeing is that the people have a bit more power than the money.
Yeah, I want to get you to respond to a voter that I interviewed today in Northwest Detroit. His name was Mark, and he said that he listed political corruption as one of his top issues, and said he's voting for Haley Stevens. And I talked about the outside spending, brought that up, asked how he felt about it, and he said everybody's bought and paid for. He just had that cynical view that that's how politics operates, and kind of like a devil I know, like I know Haley Stevens, that's who I should go with. I know who she's bought and paid for by, I guess, and that's who he's going to vote. How would you try and reach a voter like that? What would be your message about how politics should and could work?
We hear that all the time. I've heard that since I started the channel, and I think the classic way I've heard it phrased is all politicians are corrupt. That statement, that worldview is a corrupt politician's dream, because by being corrupt, all of a sudden you're hitting par for the course. And the big part of our project is calling out the corrupt folks, but just as important is uplifting the folks who are doing politics the right way, like Abdul El-Sayed, who took our political integrity pledge. We want to show folks that there's a better way to do politics, and that's going to take some time. That's going to take rebuilding a lot of trust that was lost because of politicians like Haley Stevens.
All right, so you talked about the pledge. Can you walk through what are some of those commitments in the pledge that Abdul El-Sayed made when it comes to outside spending?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pledges. We are fans of our pledge because we feel like you really have to walk the walk. So to take the pledge, you can't take any corporate PAC money, which he's done. You can't go into office holding any individual stocks. You have to either not go in with individual stocks or divest those individual stocks. You also got to support a congressional stock trading ban. You got to support a ban for members of Congress becoming lobbyists. And finally, you have to commit to overturning Citizens United and eliminating super PACs.
All right, let's imagine a near future, okay? Near future, Abdul El-Sayed is in the Senate. Maybe some of these other candidates who have taken your pledge are in Congress as well. What would real reform look like in the United States of America around corruption that you would like to see implemented?
I really think that the 120th Congress could get a strong stock trading ban passed out through the House, maybe the Senate, right? I really think that is tangible. We're seeing momentum there. We're seeing some tricks being played right now, some partisan tricks, but I think that if you really had a coalition, an anti-corruption coalition, I think that that's very feasible. And then, I mean, look, we can talk legislation. We can also just talk inter-party dynamics. I think if you have a large portion of the Democratic Party that ran and won on anti-corruption, you could see some rules change. I don't know if it's going to happen overnight. I don't know if it's going to happen in the 120th Congress, but there's no reason you couldn't say that, look, if you take corporate PAC money, you're not going to get committee assignments. Any party, the Republicans or the Democrats, could theoretically decide to do that if leadership wants to go in that direction. Now, that's going to take building an anti-corruption coalition, but there's some stuff you could do on the legislative side. There's some stuff you could just do, that could come directly from leadership of a party.
One thing that we always talk about on Status Coup is how, I mean, we kind of call out, maybe we're feeding into the cynicism, but we call out, when both parties are seemingly bought and paid for by politicians. Do you see, the work that you're doing as being aligned with one party over the other?
We are pragmatic, we're trying to get money out of politics, so we're going to go where the momentum is. There's a lot of, I'm not going to name names, but there's some organizations, some people in the space that, they don't want to piss people off, right? They're like, we got to make friends. No, we don't have to play that game. If we're going to do whatever we can to get money out of politics, if that means aligning with someone with, policies that some might find, they might use the word radical. Look, if they're trying to get money out of politics, all of our grading is objective. It's done with a formula. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? We're trying to get money out of politics. We're going to take the most pragmatic approach.
Last question for you, and then I'll let you go and enjoy the watch party here. But you referenced some of those, I forget the exact words you used, but like the shenanigans in Congress right now around stock trading bans. For our viewers who might be paying pretty close attention to politics, they might be saying, wait, didn't the Congress just vote on a stock trading ban? Can you illuminate people as to what Congress has actually been up to here on this issue?
First off, very disappointed in legacy media, the way that they've been covering this. I have seen so many headlines that say Congress passes stock trading ban, comma, and then, something about the Iran war or something like that. Let's take a step back. Let's look at this stock trading ban. Republicans passed a bill in the House that also included some, voting rights restrictions. It was this kind of Frankenstein bill where they put two bills together. And the bill does not ban members of Congress from trading and holding stocks. It actually codifies the practice of holding stocks for members of Congress. The bill does not prevent members of Congress from selling the stocks that they have or holding those stocks. And to me, that's not a stock trading ban. We need to ban members of Congress, their spouses, and dependent children from holding, trading, buying, and selling individual stocks. This bill does not do that. It's going to die in the Senate. We can't have these partisan games around an issue that's so important. We got to actually get this done.
And I lied. One more question. How are you feeling about Abdul El-Sayed's chances, given that he seems to have a commanding lead here early in the night?
Look, we work off of the numbers, so until the numbers come through, I got nothing.
You got nothing. You're going to give me nothing. I appreciate that, Nico. Thank you so much for the time, my man.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, great work that you guys are doing. I really appreciate it. Yep. All right. Nico, the Political Integrity Project. If you don't follow them, I highly recommend it on Instagram and on TikTok. They do. He does incredible work, and his team does incredible work on actually exposing corruption and just listing out who your member of Congress is taking donations from, so you know who they are bought and paid for by, and takes a very nonpartisan look at it in the same way that we here at Status Coup call out the bullshit on both sides when both parties are bought and paid for in their establishments. I'm going to make another check here as John surveys the room. So a little bit more of an update from Macomb County. Which is, we were listing off some of their returns here early. I'm seeing here for the absentee vote. Haley had quite the lead over Abdul El-Sayed, but on election day, Abdul El-Sayed is burying Haley Stevens, so we may be seeing that Macomb County number shift as more of the election day vote is actually counted here. And that again is that swing county just outside of Wayne County here, which is the county that Detroit is in. And Macomb County then represents some of those suburbs.
Please give a warm welcome
to Detroit City Councilman Denzel McCampbell and Detroit City Councilwoman Gabby Santiago Romero.
I need to hear y'all. What up, though? Hey, what's up? It's so good to see so many beautiful faces out in the crowd. We just wanted to come on to really think about the work that everyone has put in over the past several months. Let's give everybody a round of applause. The number of conversations, the number of door knocks, the number of calls, the text messages, the videos that folks made a difference for today. So I just really want people to sit in that. Because when folks will say, oh, is this too progressive for the state of Michigan? No, right? Is money out of politics too far left?
No!
Right? Is Medicare for all too radical?
No!
And is putting money in your pockets just an extremist view?
No!
And that's exactly right. And we went out and showed folks that exact thing. And I want everyone to know, when we're thinking about an agenda that centers working families across the state of Michigan, that lifts up what we have and the shared values and ensuring that we work for our people and not for corporations, that's when we win. That's when we push folks like Abdul to become our next U.S. Senator for the state of Michigan, right? That's when we say up and down the ballot that we need folks that cater to people and not sell us out to corporations. So I just wanted to come on this stage and say thank you all so much for all the work that's going on. We will have more work to do, right? We have more work to do, more people to reach. But I just want to say thank you. We're going to enjoy tonight, and we're going to get right back to work. Thank you all. And I just want to bring up my comrade, my colleague, the amazing council member, Santiago Romero.
Thank you, Member McCampbell. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. How are you feeling? You feeling excited? I'm feeling super excited, y'all. The conversations that I've been having recently have been with people who are sick and tired of the same old, same old. We are sick and tired of people in office who are not serving us. We want to elect people that we can hold accountable, who will answer the phone when we call them, and who will make sure that we have a government that serves people first. I'm so incredibly excited because for me, this isn't just about Abdul. It's not about just winning this seat and making sure that we have people at the federal government that are unapologetically against ICE, who are going to make sure that we invest in Medicare for all, and who are going to make sure that we are investing in our communities. Y'all, we've got to be ready for the next fight to elect the next progressive elected official from every single level of government. And this is just the beginning, y'all. So thank you so much for your work. I hope you're ready for the next win. Congratulations on tonight, y'all. This is going to be a good night.
All right, this is what you get.
How'd that sound? That's all I wanted to say. We try to get full set speaker. Okay. You can put me back on. Whew. Folks, I wore the jean jacket and the hat tonight thinking I'm going to be inside a building. It's going to be cool. It's going to be cold. Maybe I'll be a little chilly. And now I am absolutely sweating to death in here, so I apologize for the shine on my face. It's only likely to get shinier as the night goes on, but thank you all for being with us again on the ground here at Abdul El Sayed's watch party here in the Majestic Theater in near downtown Detroit, Michigan, where hundreds of people and more, we are told, in another spillover room, are watching these returns and watching for Abdul to come out and speak tonight. And they're hoping for a victory speech, and so far, the count looks very good for Abdul. But I also want to talk a bit about Haley Stevens here tonight. I want to talk about Haley Stevens because she has really had a bad last few days of her campaign. Jordan, what's up? Sorry? Got it. All right. And I am told that we are now, I was just told by my producer that we are now live on the Midas Touch Network as well. Welcome to all of your viewers as well. We have always welcomed Midas Touch Network here at Status Coup, and they really helped lift up our on-the-ground journalism that we were doing in Minneapolis. So thank you, Midas Touch, to Ben, everybody over there, for tuning in to Abdul El-Sayed's watch party live here and all of the Michigan results that we are reporting on here on the ground. So I was just about to talk about Haley Stevens and the kind of rough closing that her campaign here had in the closing days. And first I want to talk about maybe a messaging problem. Take this as one data point, just the Status Coup data point for us as journalists. When I was coming and preparing to do this on-the-ground reporting trip here in Detroit and in and around Michigan, I reached out to the Haley Stevens campaign. I asked if there were any events coming up that I could cover. I asked for an interview with the candidate. I heard crickets back. It just so happened that earlier today, John and I were outside of a polling place on Detroit's northwest side where, while we were there, just so happened Haley Stevens' campaign staff turned up and they said that Haley Stevens was going to make an appearance. And a half hour after she was supposed to make that appearance and there was still no sign of her, her staff came up to me and the other assembled press and said, actually, Haley Stevens isn't going to appear. And she's not doing any more public appearances today. This was at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Said, we're not doing any more public appearances today, and that's basically it for the Haley Stevens campaign. You're trying to win an election. Why are you not getting in front of the cameras at every chance you get on election day? For those last-minute late-deciding voters. And we talked to some of those late-deciding voters at the polls who were showing up and needing to know more about who some of the candidates were. You know, I think for people who are tuned into this live stream, you likely pay at least some attention to politics. Maybe you're as brain-broken as I am and you're focused on it every single day. So it can be kind of like mind-boggling to hear that people are going to the polls without knowing who all the candidates are and, you know, looking to learn about them there actually at the polls. But it does happen. And so you have that chance to speak to voters, you're not. But on top of that, Haley Stevens also had a rough end to her campaign because she really got tied to the Democratic establishment by a CNN story that came out in the closing days of the campaign that noted that Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, who, you know, depending on the poll that you look at, and online sentiment certainly, is not a very well-liked figure in the Democratic Party right now, not seen as a very effective leader by many. So Schumer's embrace, it seemed like what he did, according to the CNN story, was actually put pressure on outgoing Democratic senator here in Michigan, Gary Peters, to put pressure on Mallory McMorrow, who was in this race up until recently, to drop out, thereby trying to create more momentum, was thought, for Haley Stevens. But from all the polling we have seen, the vote from McMorrow supporters really split between Stevens and El-Sayed, and probably nothing materially was really gained for Haley Stevens through that maneuver. It just further solidified that the Democratic Party establishment was trying to pull some strings here in favor of Stevens. Whew. Okay, so we're getting back to some speakers here. But before we hear from those, I do just want to pay the bills. Statuscoup.com/join. We are the leading on-the-ground independent media outlet. We go to places, we document progressive movements like this. We've been covering them for weeks, months at this point. If you've been a fan of Status Coup, this movement was not a surprise to you. It was not a surprise to you. You have heard from Abdul El-Sayed. You have heard from about the issues going on in Michigan leading up to this. You've been following our on-the-ground coverage here over the last several days. If you appreciate that on-the-ground coverage, go to statuscoup.com/join. For as low as 16 cents a day or $5 a month, you go to keep us completely editorially independent and not beholden to any corporate spending. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the speakers who are now up on stage. John, if you could show the speakers.
Tonight, I believe the people of Michigan are taking a major step deciding the direction of our country. Tonight, I believe the people of Michigan will send a message. This Senate race is more than just about one seat. It's about deciding who our government answers to. And when we continue to allow the billionaire class to run our government, or, we got options, right? Or will we finally build a government of the people, by the people, and for the people? Now, I'm going to call it like I see it. Billionaire corporations have rigged our economic and political systems against us. For too long, everyday people have fallen further and further into financial stress, from rising healthcare costs to skyrocketing energy bills. We've been forced to carry that burden while the rich keep getting richer. I tell you what I do know, doesn't have to be this way. And that's why we're standing with Abdul, and tonight, the people of Michigan will make that crystal clear. But don't get me wrong, you know, this would be more than just a party. We're celebrating Abdul. But this is a movement that has always been bigger than one person. This is a movement, and tonight the people of Michigan will prove just how powerful this movement really is. This isn't backed by corporations. It isn't backed by billionaire donors. It isn't backed by AIPAC. It's backed by you. It's backed by me. It's backed by the people who refuse to believe this is as good as it gets. It's built by the people. And this movement is about making sure every one of us in this room can take care of our families. That we have health care without the fear of cost. A good union job. Safe housing. Access to a good education, because these shouldn't be privileges. As Americans, this should be promises. Our healthcare system is fine. As a nurse, I see it every single day how our system fails our patients and fails us. And that's why we're standing behind Abdul in the fight to pass Medicare for all. Not tomorrow, not when it's convenient, but today, because our patients don't have time to wait, and neither do we. We've also seen the catastrophic impacts of corporate domination on our planet over these last few weeks. Yet another massive wildfire made our air the most dangerous in the planet. While the billionaires squeeze our pockets at the pump, they continue to try to put massive data centers in our communities. They continue to accelerate climate change. They take away our right to clean air, clean water, and a safe environment. And tonight, the people of Michigan will send a message. Tonight, Abdul will become our Democratic nominee. We will show that working class is ready to take on corporate power. We will show we will fight for our patients to make sure they get the health care they need and deserve. We will fight to stop taxpayer dollars from fueling endless wars overseas. We will fight to end ISIS, abductions, and murders of our neighbors. And not only did we show the corporate class that we're ready to fight, we're going to show them something else. We're ready to win. Because this movement isn't just about winning an election. It's about changing our society. It's about proving that when the working people organize, when nurses organize, when unions organize, and when communities organize, we win. Because when we fight, nurses will continue to fight for the future we deserve, and we can't wait to do it with all of you. Abdul, Michigan nurses are ready. Ready to organize. Ready to knock doors. Ready to have these hard conversations. And ready to fight right along beside you and sing you to the United States City. Let's get to work, everybody. Thank you.
All right, everyone. JT will be right back. I am doing multiple things right now, trying to keep the camera straight, keep the microphone directed at the speaker so you can hear. So sorry if the audio was low for that speaker. Once JT comes back, I'll have my hands free and be able to adjust that as I need to. If JT hasn't done so already, to remind you, smash the like button, share this live stream, get it out. We're going to be live for a couple more hours. If you are not subscribed, make sure you are subscribed to our channel and become a member. Sign up as a member if you can. statuscoup.com/join for as low as $5 a month. That's 16 cents a day. There's a cup of coffee, 1 cup of coffee for one day. Just don't buy coffee for one day. That's $5. That will help us for our expenses, get through the month, for travel, airfare, hotel, rental car, food, equipment, everything. So thank you very much to our supporters, and leave a super chat if you can. We appreciate the super chats. And also, most importantly, spread the word. All right, so just show that Representative Rashida Tlaib. All right, Donovan McKinney is in the lead, 63, 2% of the votes in. Sorry, try to read it really quickly. Sun's right there. Looks like they're live streaming. So you see them. Good, they got their live stream up there.
Hey.
What's up, Neil? Nice to meet you, man. What do you, what is Salam mean for you? I got the number. Salam? Like that? I know. A bunch of other creators and organizers. I have no idea what it was here.
Wow, you're looking up nicely.
You see where Adam went? Probably didn't even realize I was talking to him. All right. Okay. All right, folks. Sorry for the little delay there. I know that some of you in the chat were rather concerned about how much I've been sweating. Definitely had cotton mouth from all of my talking. But we've got a cool, refreshing drink now. Restorative and caffeine. That'll keep us going here for the rest of the night. How long of a night it's going to be remains to be seen. But because at least the marquee race, obviously, that we're here to cover is Status Coup. We're here to cover Status Coup, a real professional JT. No, we are here to cover Abdul Al-Sayed. I promise there's no alcohol in this, folks. The premier race that we're here to cover is Abdul Al-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. At this point, it is looking like Abdul Al-Sayed is on track for a decisive victory, though that race has not been called yet, but early signs are looking very good for Abdul Al-Sayed. There are other Michigan races here that we are interested in. We did already note, of course, that in Missouri 1, Wesley Bell defeated Corey Bush, so marking a real defeat for progressives tonight out there in Missouri. And honestly, Corey Bush may have just been the unfortunate recipient of the fact that so much attention was being paid here in Michigan, so much money was flowing into this race. There were all of the campaign surrogates, the progressive ones were here in the closing days, or at least many of them were here to try and carry Abdul Al-Sayed, and some of the Congress people here across the finish line, that she did not benefit from all of that here in the closing days. On top of that, she had to face off against Wesley Bell again. She had lost to him in the previous rounds of the election, and Wesley Bell has now got that, now has the incumbency advantage out there. But of course, we are also watching Donovan McKinney's race. You would have heard a cheer go up just a minute ago after they showed Donovan McKinney's vote totals. Macomb County is swinging heavily to Abdul, and this is what I was kind of noting earlier, is that as that election day vote has been coming in, Abdul is actually increasing his margin in a lot of these counties. And the reason we're focusing on Macomb so much is that that is a swing county here in Michigan. So this is one of those that has jumped back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. It went to Democrats during the Obama waves of 2008 and 2012, then back to Trump during Trump's 2 victorious elections. So it's a real bellwether county here for Michigan. And it did see that mirage, that Haley Stevens mirage that we talked about at the beginning of the night, where we expected Haley Stevens actually doing her best earlier in the night, and it is still early, and then actually it getting worse for her as time went on. And that is at least playing out in Macomb County, where Abdul, as more of that has come in, is now up 17 points with 14% of the vote in. So still a lot more vote to count for sure, but that is where we are at there. And I was just trying to track down I had an interview lined up here, and then I lost where he went. So I'm going to try and find that really quick. John, if you just want to hop on the mic for just a moment while I try and track down Adam.
Can you pull this up?
Yep.
All right, well, I got the microphone again. So just a heads up, I will be heading back to New York tomorrow. But make sure you are subscribed, because it looks like I will be covering some protests and some other, maybe some things going on around Delaney Hall. As you know, another person has died in Delaney Hall. And Jordan broke the story yesterday, I believe. So, yeah, I'm going to be going back there probably within the next few days. I'm thinking this weekend maybe might get busy. So, again, make sure you're subscribed so you see when we go live and when we post videos. All right, it's 10 minutes to 10 o'clock. I'm not sure. Looks like 22% of the votes are in. Oh, here we go. Okay. Found JT again. Let me get you the microphone back to JT. Hold on.
All right, back on the mic here. I do want to note that Abdul Al-Sayed, just giving a quick check of the, yeah, if now is good if you are ready. Hang on one second, I'm just giving a quick check of the vote totals. So Abdul right now is up 6 points with 22% of the vote in. And what we're expecting here, again, the shift over the night will be from Stevens towards Syed. That's the shift we're expecting. So as of right now, what we're...
Maybe like 10, 15 minutes from now? Yeah.
I'm ready for you right now. I'll grab you and then hand him off. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Underscore. It's an underscore, not a dot.
All right.
How long are we doing this?
10 minutes.
Is
Sound
it
good?
live or?
It's live right now. Are you all right with that?
This is off the record, though, right?
Yeah, live off the record conversation.
Okay.
All right, Adam, if I could have you just start by introducing yourself and who you're with.
Adam Green, co-founder of the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, aka BoldProgressives.org.
All right, so
I'm a supporter of Abdul for about a year now.
Okay, so you just directly connected the dots that I was going to ask you to connect. So, why? What did you see in Abdul that made you and your group want to get behind him?
Okay. The short answer is that he is a shake-up-the-system economic fighter, the exact kind of person that we think should be a model for the Democratic Party. And when he wins this election in November, it will just be a game changer for the whole conception of electability. To give you the longer version, we were thinking about what will it actually take to save this country. And I was thinking about it, it's like, we're going to need a president who aggressively uses power, who delivers for people right away, who's like, Chuck Schumer, retire, Hakeem, get in line, this is my party now, I'm not dealing with a Joe Manchin, I'm going to be aggressive and stitch together our democracy and deliver economically. How would a scared electability audience ever nominate someone like that? Oh, we have to prove the concept in 2026. So working backwards from that big goal, here we are with Abdul and also Troy Jackson in Maine and Dan Osborne in Nebraska. Those three win the general, we're set.
What is there a secret sauce that connects all of them? Is there a through line? If so, what is that through line? Or are they really so different for their individual states?
I would sum it up again as being shake up the system economic fighters. So that's really two things. One is they are anti-status quo. And Mike Rogers, who Abdul's going to be running against, is Mr. Status Quo. Former congressman, endorsed by a corrupt president, just looks the part and sounds the part.
Adam, I've heard that there are a lot of electability concerns with Abdul. Is that incorrect? I've been told by some very smart people, especially in the mainstream media, that that's something I should be concerned about.
But can he win? I mean, here's the irony of this thing. I think that there is a rap on progressives right now that we're being kind of greedy. That, we think it might be a good election year, and therefore we're willing to risk losing a seat by having an awesome, inspiring progressive or candidate out there. No, that is not our theory of the case. Our theory of the case is that Abdul is the more electable candidate in this race. And back to Michigan, there's a growing number of independents in Michigan who are not mushy moderates. These are people who passionately detest both political parties, thinking they are both bought and paid for. Who better to nominate than a shake-up-the-system economic populist? Someone who just defeated $60 million in APAC, crypto, big pharma, big insurance, big energy money. That's the exact kind of person to appeal to these people. So to be electable, all he has to do is keep doing what he's doing and make sure that he doesn't get parodied by people on issues that he's not even campaigning on. If he stays the course and they hear the message, he wins.
Is there any state in the country where you feel like that recipe for success does not work? In terms of being shake up the status quo kind of candidate, is there a state where the Democratic Party or just mainstream still has enough of a hold on their electorate where you would be skeptical?
Well, I mean, if it's an 80-point Republican state like Idaho, but still, our best foot forward would be someone who is anti-establishment and believed when they say they will fight for working people. So not a corporate lobbyist who's like, I want to raise the minimum wage. No. I think candidates matter, and Abdul has a certain credibility, partly based on the fact that he's run before, has built a reputation as a health person in the state, has a huge grassroots following, and his reputation is now through the roof as a giant killer, having defeated the $60+ million of corporate money. So, my version of a big tent is people who are directionally aligned, who might pick different issues. Maybe in a place like New Hampshire where there's a lot of older people, we're talking about big pharma. Maybe in a state like Nevada where people were disproportionately foreclosed on during the financial crisis, we're talking about the big banks, right? Maybe where there's a lot of data centers being threatened, we're talking about AI. But all of that is corporate accountability. All that is fighting for a little guy. And we just need candidates who are believed and credible in the process.
And we may not be able to talk after the race has been called, so I'm going to put you on the spot here and maybe jinx things. Like, let's imagine a very, very near future where the race has just been called for Abdul. Yeah. You referenced all that AIPAC money that came.
Yes, we did it. Okay.
I think you just made a bunch of people check their phones suddenly. Sorry. But let's imagine that future has just played out, and now you're in the offices of AIPAC. What sort of introspection do they have to do? What kind of political power do they still have within the Democratic Party after they just dumped tens of millions of dollars into this race and came up empty?
First of all, they were all in, and they lost. Their money's gone, literally and figuratively. Their political capital is gone. And I do think there's an analogy for us. We have to be all in for Abdul. And if we lose this general election, we're going to look as embarrassed as AIPAC does right now. But we're not going to lose. What I would say to them is maybe get out of politics. Be a policy group. Maybe look yourself in the mirror and stop launching dishonest attacks. What's weird is I was at an event a couple weeks ago where I accidentally sat next to a board member of AIPAC. And behind closed doors, they fully admit Netanyahu's out of control. We want him gone. What he did after the terrorist attack of October 7th was disproportionate, indiscriminate, killed too many people. And they're just like rooting for him to be gone. And I'm like, well, why don't you say that publicly? Why can't that be the common ground that we start standing on? Why do you have to attack people and call them anti-Jew or anti-whatever for daring to stick up to the Netanyahu government? So I don't think they would listen, but that's what I would say. I'd be like, you have to have a change of approach. Get out of politics and be a little more intellectually honest.
In earlier in this conversation, you talked about how Abdul needs to not allow his viewpoints to get co-opted by the right, or at least not like have some kind of like fake populism on the right take over, where he, the positions that he very real, that he very in a very genuine way represents. Is that what you're seeing in other states where you're talking about some of these other candidates in other races? Do their opponents usually come out with some kind of fake version of populism as a way to contest?
Well, first of all, I would be thrilled if we were having a debate between fake populism and real populism, because then at least we'd be talking about economic populism and our people would thrive. I was on Fox News yesterday, and they started off the segment talking about how Kelly Stevens and Abdul raised the exact same amount of money, talking about their literal campaign accounts. Then the guy's like, but let me tell you what the real story is. I'm like, oh, they're going to talk about the $60 million. And he goes over to this board where it's like, abolish prisons and abolish the Senate and all these things that might be technically in the DSA platform. And I had to point out, A, you missed a big story, $60 million of corporate money and AIPAC money. B, he's not actually even a DSA member. And the DSA members who are running are not running on those issues. They're running on take on the billionaires, take on the oligarchs, tech accountability, corporate accountability. So that's what I mean. Like parroting our people on issues that are not economic populism, because they know if they get in our sandbox, they will lose.
All right. I promised Prem Thacker from Zateo that I would get you over to him, so I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you so much, Adam, for being with us. Anything else you want to add?
I just want to say hi to Jordan.
Jordan Sheridan.
I've known him since the Young Turks days. This is a really cool outlet you got going here, and really appreciate the role in the ecosystem that you play.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah,
I
seriously.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, so I appreciate that very much. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to actually sneak over here to... Prem, I just wanted to apologize. I think I came off stronger than I meant to earlier when I was like, "Oh, I'm going to interview." That wasn't what I meant.
On the same page, baby.
Yeah, I was.
Same
Yeah,
page.
yeah. Okay,
Don't
all right,
worry at
all right, all right. Yeah, progressive media for the.
Seriously.
I mean,
Thank you so much for all you guys
you're
do.
don't you're gonna make me blush.
I'm
Don't
for
you?
real, man.
Don't say that. Man.
No one doesn't like you guys.
All right. Well, maybe I can get you to say that on mic here in a little bit.
100%.
Yeah. All right. We'll grab you in a bit. What's it?
Are we still live?
Yeah, we're still live.
Talk to Ali O'Brien already?
No. Yeah. Status Coup News.
That's my friend Savannah. Hi, sorry, I'm Allie.
Hi, Allie. I've got way too many things in my hand because I'm very dehydrated, and so I'm like clutching this. JT Siskowski, reporter for Status Coup News.
Are you on Twitter?
Yes.
I feel like I read your tweets all the time.
Wow. That means the world to me. Would you mind if I interviewed you, Allie?
Yeah, sure. Here, wait, can I look up your name? Or are
Yeah.
you literally live? as
We're
we speak?
live right now, but
Right
if you
there.
want to
Got
look it up, like to be sure that we're legit, like that's totally fair. Though
trust that you're
I
legit.
think I don't know if the Abdul El Sayed campaign would have allowed us in here if we were like right-wing provocateurs.
What's, sorry, JD Staff.
JT.
JT.
Yeah, not JD like the vice president.
Yeah,
JT.
right.
Yeah, CEST. It's long in Polish. I apologize. That's me. There we are. Yep, that's me.
Okay, hello from the watch party.
Yeah, sweet.
Okay, Al, what's
All right, Allie. Can I get you to introduce your? I think a lot of people are going to recognize you, but can you introduce yourself to folks and who you are?
Yeah, I'm Allie O'Brien. My account is Allie202. There's some underscores in there, but if you look it up, that should be good. And I do political commentary, news. Right now, the main thing I'm focusing on is helping people learn about the mini Mamdanis, quote unquote, popping up around the country that we can vote for, because it's not true that Zoran types can only win in New York City, but the establishment really wants you to believe that so that you get scared into voting for moderates. And I think tonight is going to be a really good proof of concept that that's not accurate.
So you didn't see Haley Stevens as a mini Mamdani?
Right, yeah, no, she's actually the first one I covered. No, yeah, I mean, I do think it will be just kind of bonkers if there is like upwards of $70 million spent on this race to still flop. Like, that's a huge message.
That was what I was just talking to Adam about was, and I'll throw it to you. Yeah. If you're, sorry to put you in this position, but let's imagine that you're in charge of AIPAC. If this race gets called for Abdul El-Sayed, what does it do to your legitimacy, to your political power, and how do you proceed forward as AIPAC?
Yeah. I just saw a tweet, maybe you tweeted it, who knows, of someone saying, like, Haley Stevens has broken containment. My apolitical friends are saying Israel comes to me in my dreams as a vocal stim. I mean, like, what they did in Chicago with the shell packs was smart because they've understood how unpopular they are. I am kind of surprised that they by name spent so much in this race. And I think the main message it sends is like average people, I mean, you are a parasite to a campaign right now.
Yeah, and just to catch people up on that tactic, we covered it live that night from Kat Abaghazaleh's watch party during the primary elections in Illinois, but there was a lot of spending in that race that was suspected to be coming from AIPAC, but at the time of the election, what couldn't be confirmed because it was coming from these other shadowy organizations that had just kind of popped up into existence or suddenly were spending much more than they had in previous elections. And then as eventually after the election, when the campaign finance reports came out, yes, that money did originate from AIPAC. But yeah, they haven't repeated that tactic in other states, at least not so far as I'm aware, so which has been a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, not as much as we've definitely expected. And they were naming things like Elect Chicago Women. It was very intentionally trying to come up as, what was it, a housing project? More affordable Housing Now was one of them, or Affordable Chicago Now. They have these other PACs like UDP that they work with very often, but these shell PACs that popped up in Chicago haven't popped up the same way. I will say, though, in Melat's race, I do remember that there were new super PACs formed last minute so that the disclosures were not going to come out until after the election. I don't think I've seen reporting on where that money actually ended up coming from, though. I don't know if you have.
No, I have not either. So
shadowy, but unclear if AIPAC.
Okay, so what are some of these other mini Mamdanis that you're seeing across the country? Give us a list of some of these other candidates that you're seeing run in very much the same mold.
Yeah. Okay, so some people who have already won would be Melat Kiros in Denver, Rep Rab in Philly. Some ones that are coming up that are huge are Oliver Larkin and Elijah Manley in Florida. So Oliver Larkin is DSA endorsed. He was the first person endorsed by the DSA. So Donovan recently got their federal endorsement. Melat got their endorsement. Rep Rab got their endorsement. But he was the first, Oliver Larkin. He's running against Jared Moskowitz, who is one of the most pro-Israel Democrats in Congress, calls himself a DeSantis Democrat because he's been appointed by Ron DeSantis multiple times. Oliver's main theory of the case about his campaign is we knock on these people's doors, we give them a laundry list of things that Jared Moskowitz has done, and their first response is that's a Democrat. And so he's very popular when people find out about him. His opponent has been refusing to say his name live on TV, refusing to interview him. Refusing to debate him. They had a debate scheduled recently. He no-showed. I believe he hasn't held a public event in 3 years. I'm monologuing, but the point is it's like a hot mess, and it's a sleeper. Hassan has been calling it a sleeper race. Like, it's going to be huge. Anyways, right next door to him is Elijah Manley. He's also young, black, progressive, who grew up in the district but is running against Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who famously is not from the district and also is not black, which is a big priority point for his campaign to message around because it's one of the few remaining majority black districts in Florida because of all of this gerrymandering that's been taking place. And she moved to the district to run in an easier Democratic seat. And he's like, dude, what? Anyways, so both Oliver and Elijah are the two that are upcoming that I'm most excited about.
All right, so how are you feeling about this race at this point in the night?
Yeah, really good. Everyone's yelling right now.
They're showing the vote totals here on the screen where we have Abdul El-Sayed at 51.4% of the vote, an outright majority. Haley Stevens at 45%. And I missed exactly how much of the vote was counted there.
25% of the vote is in. I'm feeling good about it. never mind. The evil K, I try not to talk about Kalshi, but everything looks really good for our three candidates. I don't use Kalshi and I don't condone it, but I've had a lot of people going, the betting markets are often accurate though. So I don't check, but that's what people are telling me.
This would be a great time to tell you that Status Coup is sponsored by Polymarket.
Fine. I actually just got
no, we
an
don't
email
take their money.
I get offers from them on the regular. They're going after political content creators hard. I got a Kalshi
really?
offer during they want to pay me to tell people to vote, to bet money on whether Kamala or Trump is going to win, and I'm like, this, that's bonkers. But yeah, anyways.
I mean, is it? I don't want you to necessarily. Yeah. Basically, did it tempt you?
I don't remember. It did not tempt me, no. But I'm sure it's way higher than an average like nonprofit paying a creator. Yeah.
But I just want to tell people that you don't go into content creation or to journalism to make money. So I have to imagine that if you're getting that offer, a lot of others are and probably are feeling tempted.
A few of us all got the same email the other day. Yeah.
It's still happening.
Oh yeah, got one like 2 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't remember who it was from though, so nobody quote me on that. But it was either Kalshi or Polymarket or something of the sort.
I want to start to draw this interview to a close, so I'm not taking up too much of your time. But I'm based in Wisconsin, so I've got to ask about my own backyard, and it's where after tonight. It's where I'm going to pivot to cut our election coverage next. Francesca Hong, how do you feel about her candidacy?
I feel great, and I just saw some headline today that Republicans are really worried about her because they know that she has a really good chance of winning. Generally speaking, I'm so excited. I think that if a Democratic Socialist is a governor, that's, once again, like a governor in a swingy state, the party...
I was told these candidates can only be elected in blue coastal cities.
Which is ridiculous because there really is a huge margin of the population that is very generally apolitical, not inspired by politics because they feel left out, and a basic progressive message about money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all is really popular. They call it radical, they call it progressive. That's what the billionaires think. That's not what actual people on the ground think. That's what we're seeing.
Allie, anything else you want to add while you have the platform?
Yay. Abdul is going to win. This is so exciting.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the time.
It's great to meet you.
Good to meet you as well. Good to meet you as well. So that's like a perfect segue for me, right? When we're talking about Kalshi and Polymarket, I'm joking that we're sponsored by them, and of course we're not. That's a great chance for me to talk about how we are not sponsored by anyone here at Status Coup. You're not going to see any little promo codes appear across the bottom of your screen. You're not going to see me hold up a bottle of the latest medication to deal with your capitalism-induced anxiety here on the program. You are not going to see me talk about what great things British Petroleum or ExxonMobil are doing for the environment. No, we don't take corporate ad money here at Status Coup. We are sustained by our members who give $5 a month, $10 a month by going to statuscoup.com/join. I am almost certain, and I have not had a chance to look at the chat the way I thought I was going to tonight, as we have bounced from thing to thing to thing. And maybe I will take a moment here to just breathe and think about it a little bit. But at least as of right now, what I will say is that you can go through, man. You can go through it. It is crowded in here, so people are trying to try to get through. I forget what I was saying. Essentially, there are people who are probably giving us super chats right now. I apologize that I am not reading them and responding to all of them. I will try to look here in just a moment, but know that even if you can't give on that monthly basis at statuscoup.com/join, a super chat is a really great way to support the work that we are doing here. And short of that, there are thousands of you watching right now. Any progressive, any independent media will tell you that doing this kind of on-the-ground journalism, one, is expensive, but we just dealt with cost. The other thing, it is so hard to break through because the social media algorithms actively do not try to lift up or promote our reporting because, one, at us here at Status Coup, we often call out those tech oligarchs for the work that they are doing to subvert our democracy through unlimited campaign spending.
Someone else cool to talk to or not?
Yeah, if you want to grab somebody for me, Adam, that's easy. He's going to grab somebody else for me. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yep, you go. Yep, I got you. Yeah, flip it for me. Thank you. Whew. John Farina on the camera, rare appearance. Run into the restroom because, hey, nature calls, even though we are live here for hours. I already talked to Nico. I talked to Nico. That is, sorry. All of the creators are bumping into each other here at the watch party. But anyway, share this stream to as many people as you can, because as of right now, the only way that we are able to get this out is to be able to break through those social media algorithms that actively suppress independent media. is to weaponize those algorithms against themselves, because they do respond to shares. They are programmed to respond to shares. They are programmed to respond to likes. So like this stream, share it. That's something you can do to support this stream for absolutely nothing. Just with a few clicks or taps of your finger, you can do a lot to support this stream, support independent media, and we are the leading on-the-ground outlet. Those of you who are here from Midas Touch, you will probably recognize myself and John from the on-the-ground reporting work we did in conjunction with Midas Touch from Minneapolis, Minnesota, during the Trump administration's invasion of that city and the way that it executed 2 American citizens in the streets of Minneapolis. We were living there on the ground for 2 months to be able to bring you those stories. We lived on the ground in Chicago before that during the fall for 2 months. We were in LA, DC, New York, I already said LA, Charlotte, all of these cities that were invaded by the Trump administration. We were there on the ground. We have been in corporate sacrifice zones. That is what we call these highly polluted areas. That is what we call these highly polluted areas where companies have just dumped waste or knowingly poisoned people surrounding their sites. We go on the ground in these places, oftentimes at personal risk to ourselves, because like in Minneapolis and in Chicago, we were tear gassed, shot at with pepper balls, pepper sprayed in the face, that sort of thing. We are directly targeted, flashbang grenades going off, so many different ways that we are directly targeted because of the work that we do in order to try, in order to, one, to silence us, or just, getting caught up in the action because we try to put you there on the streets ourselves. Whew, that is me doing a real big job to sell us here at Status Coup and what we do. So appreciate all of you again. We don't break for commercials. You just have to listen to me talk about the importance of independent media every once in a while. And if you are one of our Status Coup members, I want to thank you for putting us here on the ground and keeping us here on the ground. I really appreciate it. The energy in here is electric. I'm going to check in here on the latest election results that we have. And John Farina is back from the restroom. John, I hope you washed your hands. He can't hear me, folks. Only you can hear me on the mic. It is so loud in here. He can't hear me 3 feet away. Okay. So we actually have I want to underline here. I'm just like checking our group chats here for like any, our team is sending me messages about what is happening in this race right now. And what is so shocking to me is that they just sent me like final fundraising numbers or final spending numbers from outside groups here. And I want to underline some of these. Final New York Times numbers on Haley Stevens versus Abdul El-Sayed. 6 outside groups, just 6. 6 entities. This is how an oligarchy controls our democracy, or at least attempts to, right? We're in the process of seeing that bucked here tonight. 6 outside groups spent $62 million for Haley Stevens, giving her a 9-to-1 spending advantage over Abdul El-Sayed, and yet he is leading. He has an outright majority in the vote tonight. Half of that Stevens spend, $32 million, came from AIPAC Super PAC alone. $32 million. How can you, if you're a candidate who benefited from $1,000, let alone $32 million, how can you be trusted to actually render like an unbiased and an indifferent and truly be known among your constituents that you are only representing them and not the people who are giving you money to help ensure your re-election or your election in the first place? That is just the legalized corruption that we have here in the United States of America. And then final numbers here. AIPAC Super PAC spent more than any single group has in a federal Democratic primary this cycle. That is the most, is here in this race, spent on behalf of Haley Stevens to boost her candidacy. And yet, who is winning here with 51.1% of the vote so far, with 28% of the vote in, is Abdul El-Sayed. He has over 208,000 votes to Haley Stevens, 45.3%, or 184,000 votes. I'm just reading the numbers here off of MS Now here behind me over my shoulder. Okay. Okay, folks. I'm going to take a nice long drag of my water because I was just going a mile a minute there. A lot of it is because of the energy in this room, right? The excitement of being surrounded by all these people. Like, and we get into this because we're passionate about the journalism. So you recognize you're in a place that's making history tonight, or at least has the potential to, right? And so as you watch that, like, heart rate goes up, get excited, all of that stuff. So if I talk too fast for you to understand me, I apologize. Just getting swept up in the moment. And I'm actually just going to take another nice long drink of my drink, just try and stay hydrated here and a little caffeinated. It doesn't seem like it is going to be a late night, but just in case, I want to have the energy to keep it up. More cheers as people notice the vote totals there on the screen. Whew. Okay, I apologize for that dead air there, folks, but really needed that fresh drink. And this is probably, I want to take just a short break from interviews. I'll dive back into them here. I'm actually waiting for Prem Thacker from Zateo to become available, but he's doing a live hit right now. But just while we wait for him, I'm going to interact with some of you here in the chat. So if you're looking to interact with me, now is a time to get involved here. Oh, I see that 1.7. Oh, yeah, we got 1,700 of you on YouTube. That is great. So yeah, if you have anything to say to me, now is the time, or any questions to ask me about what it's like here or what it's been like on the ground for Michigan. And maybe I should take a moment just to reflect on what we have heard here over the last few days from voters. So I want to call out Calamity Jane, who gave us $100 and said, "I remember being at Standing Rock with Jordan, watching him cover it for TYT while I was a protester, / nurse to stand in solidarity. I supported this channel since day one, and I'm so proud of all your work." We really appreciate that, Calamity Jane, and I can't underscore enough how much that means. That is incredibly generous, and I just cannot believe the amount of generosity in our community. Jonah's Altitude gave us $10 and said, "Let's go." Must be excited by the Abdul El-Sayed campaign here. Thank you, Jonas. Really appreciate that. And Calamity Jane gave us just another $100 here with no message, just for the support. Really appreciate that. And I see everybody here who is, they say, "Hi, JT, watching from Oregon, New York, rooting for Abdul, Houston, Texas." Seeing where all of these people are from is very, very impressive, like where all of you are tuning in from. Megaroni and Cheese saying, "I'm no Calamity Jane, but I do subscribe for $10 a month. You can go without 2 cups of Starbucks for a month." Thank you, Megaroni and Cheese. We really appreciate that. And that ongoing donation means a lot to us here. Yeah, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Tennessee. So you start to see Arizona. And I see West Virginia. Like, I'm seeing people from all over. Obviously all over the state of Michigan chiming in there in the chat, but also all over the country. And I think that goes to really speak to how this is seen as part of this progressive wave that we are seeing in this year's election. I was talking to a Danish journalist actually a little bit earlier today who was also staying at our hotel. I bumped into him in the lobby, and he had been covering politics in the United States for decades. I said, "What does this moment remind you of?" He said, "Kind of like the Tea Party, except the Democrats aren't as nearly just abjectly angry as the Republicans were in 2010. But he says it reminds him that same political energy, the upsetness at the status quo, the way that people are dissatisfied with what they have been given, and not standing by the leaders of their party, And I think that, that's certainly not a unique outlook. A lot of people have brought that here. But I'll note that just from us being here on the ground, what I have seen, what I have heard, is how local this election is for so many people. This race and other races here on the ballot were not about that national, progressive, working class movement here to try and build a new Democratic Party. While you saw some surrogates come in on Abdul El-Sayed's side, and people are noting that their Fly Chomper Fly gave us $2 and said an additional 4.6 thousand viewers on Midas Touch watching you. Hello again to all the Midas Touch viewers out there. Absolutely tickled pink. John, I don't know if you've been able to hear me. I guess you got the headphones in, but have you been hearing me read off these Calamity Jane super chats we've been getting? She's been giving us $100 a pop. She just gave another one and said, "For John, $100 for John. You guys have some good dinner."
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That prompted John to even get on the microphone. We love that when it's not me shoving it in his hand. Calamity Jane, you are far too generous. But yeah, the people here on the ground, for them, while they want better leaders, they don't necessarily see it tied to, the Zoran Mamdani victory in New York, the DSA slate victory in New York, the Milot Quiros in Colorado, the progressive wins in other states. They don't, Chris Robb in Pennsylvania, the list goes on. They don't necessarily see this tied to that. When talking to the voters here on the ground, and I asked them, what's motivating you to come out? What's motivating you to come out for this election? Like, when I asked people for their issues, here's what they said. They said housing. They said access to food in some of these neighborhoods. They said education quality came up a lot. And they also talked about exorbitant energy rates. Let me tell you, DTE, which is the energy company here in the Detroit area, not very well liked. And I say this, I know that they are not liked really anywhere. I know that they are not really well liked, like utility companies not really liked anywhere for the way that they gouge people on prices because they are allowed to have monopolies on their areas here in this country. But my God, that hate is on a whole other level for DTE here in Michigan. And that is a company that has also really backed through its political donations the Haley Stevens campaign. So those were the issues that came up. It was not these things about who gets to be in control of the Democratic Party. It was, how do I live? How do I afford to live? How can I provide for my family? That was the issues. Like, think about it. We are the richest country, we are told. The richest country in the history of the world. And yet people in this country, I mean, you drive through the neighborhoods here in Detroit, John and I saw it, you drive through blocks where there's just been houses demolished, right? And you jump from neighborhood to neighborhood and you see the dividing line between the haves and the have-nots. When you go into downtown and it's all beautified and gentrified and it looks so nice, and then you go out to some of these neighborhoods in the outlying areas of Detroit and you see the lack of investment that has been made there comparatively, how much worse the infrastructure is. Hear people complain about how out of date their school buildings are, things along those lines. Like, that is the issues that matter to people. Let me feel like I have dignity. Let me feel like I can afford to live. Let me feel like I am not going to worry about what happens next month when the rent check comes due. That's the issues people are talking about. And so when a Democratic politician, I mean, fuck the Republican Party for a second, like, they are just absolutely going like, won't somebody think of the CEOs, basically? Somebody think of the shareholders. The Democratic Party, when you think about the Democratic Party, what they're offering is, a lot of times their candidates are offering these watered down policy proposals that are means tested to hell, meaning you have to jump through a million hoops to even qualify for a program. For a lot of these working class people who might be working two jobs, they might not have the time to navigate that government red tape to even benefit from these programs that might be directly targeted at them. So they don't ever see that investment in their communities. They wonder, where the hell are my leaders and why aren't they addressing my underlying needs? Through broad-based universal programs, things like Medicare for all, like just public, well-funded public education across the board, like investments in clean drinking water, removing things like lead pipes. There was the race that just appeared on the screen just a moment ago. Well, there's William Lawrence, which is going to get applause here. William Lawrence's lead is unchanged from when we last noted it here, and he's running in the Michigan 7th House District, and he is one of these progressive slate of candidates. You still see him there with the 11-point lead, and now Donovan McKinney up there with a nearly 60-point. With 60% of the vote, or a 20-point lead over incumbent Shri Thanadar. And now people breaking out in spontaneous chants of Donovan here in the room. And that is one of those DSA candidates for Michigan 13th. And then back here, where the race has tightened. The race has tightened between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens. 48.2 to 48.1. What I will note again, and maybe this means John and I are in for a longer night, but what I noted for you is that we expected Haley Stevens to be up early, and then for that, for it to shift towards Abdul El-Sayed. So far what we've seen is the opposite. So this goes against a lot of like the common wisdom of what was thought this campaign was really going to be about here. So razor thin margin right now. I mean, we are talking, 0.1% difference here between the candidates. That's with 33% of the vote in. So 2/3 of the vote still left to go through here. Things could really change at this point. Oh. Okay, time for one more drink here, or I'm probably going to be done with this. More chance of Donovan here in the room as people rally around that race. Now I'll point out here that a lot of the swings in these races can be, and now a new batch of votes drop, and Abdul El-Sayed suddenly surges back to 49.5% of the vote, with Haley Stevens back at 46.9 here, according to MS Now. And I was just checking some of the election analysis here from the folks at Vote Hub. And what I'm seeing here from the folks at Vote Hub is they are saying that this race, obviously narrowing at a rapid rate, and may come down to Wayne County. Stevens is vastly outperforming expectations across a lot of whiter, less urban areas. El-Sayed is exceeding his targets in Kent, Washington, I apologize for my Michigan viewers here, and Oakland counties. Stevens is exceeding elsewhere. So could be that this one really comes down to the wire. And it seems that Stevens is doing much better in mail-in ballots, which had been lagging behind a bit in reporting. She's doing well enough in these small to mid-sized counties to where winning Detroit by a lot would pull her close. And this is again from Zachary Danini at Vote Hub. That is where that analysis is coming from. So, and then here's where you get into the danger zone of things swinging with every new vote total that drops. The numbers could change pretty drastically. It might narrow and then pull apart, and narrow again and pull apart. And it can really just be dependent now about where the vote out is. And as that vote comes in, it could come in from just a heavily Stevens area, and suddenly that creates the impression of Stevens is surging, or the opposite for Abdul, right? That he's surging if an Abdul area comes in. And that's what we're watching right now, is just how things adjust here across the night. All right. So the last that I had seen, and this is where I'll ask Jordan Sheridan back at home to maybe give me a new update on Macomb County, is that it is, as of the last that I saw, it was up 21 points for Abdul. So again, this being the quintessential swing county here, and if you want to talk about electability, that ability to win in a swing county like Macomb could be indicative of how the race proceeds overall. And now I'm seeing a lot more people here in the room, like gathering around their phones, checking them for voting updates, for analysis here, just to get a sense for, probably to try and dive a little bit deeper into these numbers that they're seeing up on their screen, since El Sayed's lead had narrowed here across the night. Whew. Okay. Need just a moment here to catch my breath, and then I think I'm going to try and find some interviews just to kind of encapsulate this moment, get how people are feeling. Though watch, people are going to be a lot more reticent to give interviews now that this thing has narrowed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the National Director of the Working Families Party, Maurice Mitchell.
We'll turn it over here so you can listen in to Maurice Mitchell here for just a moment. It'll also give me a chance to catch my breath.
Michigan! 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 The polls are closed, and right now we are standing here together and they are counting the votes. My name is Maurice Mitchell. I am the National Director of the Working Families Party, and there is nowhere in this country I would rather be tonight than here with you all. Can you feel that in the room? Can you feel the energy? Can you feel the electricity? That's not noise, that is power. That is the feeling of people power. That is the sound of working people who are done asking for permission. Yeah, and the Working Families Party believes in one simple, radical idea. We believe that in a real democracy, it should be working people who govern. Not the billionaires, not the corporations, not the party bosses, us. And over the course of this campaign, I have been out here with Abdul talking to voters about the state, all around the state, and it is so clear to me Michigan believes in that idea too. And that's why tonight you are going to make Abdul El-Sayed your Democratic nominee for Senate. Y'all know him. Y'all know that Abdul has spent his whole life making government actually work for regular people. He didn't take corporate PAC money because he refuses to owe anybody but you. And he is not afraid to stand up to the powerful and privileged who have called the shots for far too long. The billionaires, the CEOs, the AI oligarchs, and every politician they've brought. And all those politicians who have thrown everything behind those corporate oligarchs. They want your tax dollars turned into their tax breaks and your utilities payments directed to their data centers. To that, Michigan, we say one thing: hell no. Say it with me now. Hell no. One more time. Hell no. Now listen, you know we've heard a lot about this word, this special word I've heard a lot on the news. This word, electability. People who think that my brother Abdul just is not electable in a state like Michigan, we know what they mean. Well, let me tell you this. The fact that Abdul doesn't take corporate back money, the fact that he won't be bought off by billionaires and the establishment, that is exactly why he's going to win the general election in November 3rd. Now, when
when we get Abdul to the Senate, he's going to need backup in Washington because it's not enough to win one seat or flip one chamber. We need to win it all. So tonight, we are not just getting Abdul to the next phase in this race. We are sending Donovan McKinney to Congress right here in Detroit, and we're standing 10 polls down with Will Lawrence in Michigan 7, and we are electing a host of incredible working families champions up and down the ballot in Michigan. We are changing the balance of power in this country and in this state. And you're not alone, Michigan. What's happening in Michigan is happening in every corner of this country. Over the past 6 months, working families champions have been winning their elections across the country. Analia Mejia in New Jersey, Chris Rabb in Pennsylvania, Randy Villegas at My Vang in California, Brad Lander in New York, Malak Keros in Colorado. Working class champions are winning all over this country, and tonight, Michigan, it is your turn. Because Michigan, because tonight, this state is getting ready to send Abdul to the United States Senate. But while they count those votes tonight, hear me clearly. No matter what the results are tonight, tonight is not an end, it is the beginning. Whatever these numbers say, the real fight is in November. The billionaires are already gearing up to pour everything they've got into propping up their pet Republicans like Mike Rogers. We are going to need every single person who donated, every single person who volunteered, every single person who voted to come together and fight to make sure that Mike Rogers loses the general election in November. Am I right, Mitch? Unseating Mike Rogers and other Republicans in the state is the most important thing we all can do this year. When we win these seats in November, we don't just change who holds the office. We change who runs the show in this country. And when democracy works for us, leaders deliver for us, here is what's possible. A Michigan where everyone has a home they can afford, where the rent, the mortgage, and the light don't break the bank. Where healthcare is something everyone can count on. Where a good union job can support a family, childcare is there when you need it, and you get paid family leave to be present for the people you love when it matters most. That is what's possible. That is what we call the Working Families Guarantee, because in the richest country in the history of the world, that should be the floor, not the ceiling. That should be the bare minimum for working people. And hear me, Michigan. Winning this future is not simply left versus right. It is right versus wrong. No matter which side of the political spectrum you might fall on, the vision I just laid out is what everyone wants. So whether you backed the other candidate in this race tonight, whether you're a lifelong Democrat or an independent or even a Republican, if you are sick and tired of being sick and tired and you're fed up of not being able to pay your bills, there is a place for you in this movement. If you work for a living and you're tired of falling behind while the people at the top rake it in, there is a place for you in this movement. If you're part of the pissed off majority, there is a place for you in this movement. Tonight, we continue to grow our movement, and this movement is not slowing down, not tomorrow, not next year, not ever, because the tables of power in this country, they may have been built for the few, but we, the many, are here to seat the many at the tables of power. Not the oligarchs, us. Not the CEOs, us. Not the billionaires, us. Michigan, if you are ready for a future where working people run the tables of power, let me hear you. All right, Michigan, well, let's go out and win it. Thank you.
All right. There you just heard from Maurice again. But, of course, if you were following the Status Coup live stream here from the beginning, then you already heard from Maurice because we interviewed him right off the top there about Working Families Party, the work they're doing, and his support for Abdul El-Sayed here on the ground. I want to bring you a few more election updates here. So, what I want to note about, I had some chance there while Maurice was speaking to dig a little bit more into the numbers of what's happening out there in Michigan in terms of the vote numbers. Two things that is leading to Haley Stevens keeping this close so far. One, much like Donald Trump in 2024, she is kind of stacking her advantage in rural white places. So in a lot of these rural places, she's leading by a little, comparatively small communities, but those add up across the entire state. And by stacking those up, she's gaining some of the ground on Abdul here. And the other thing that's happening is here in Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, which is a heavily black city, she is doing quite well, especially in black precincts. She, she has in the closing weeks here of the election, what Haley Stevens did was she created some ads that kind of made it seem that really tried to imply that Barack Obama had endorsed her. That was not true. Barack Obama has not endorsed her. The comments that she used were from years ago, but could have had an effect all the same. The other thing to note for is that she did work in the Treasury Department under Barack Obama, and she's really leaned hard into that, especially her role in the auto bailouts, which has salience here, especially in Detroit, but across Michigan, because so much of the auto industry was based here. And then she's able to claim, save so many jobs working with the Obama administration, etc., which has worked especially with older black voters. I'll note it that John and I went into some of these precincts in northwest Detroit that were going to be heavily Stevens voters, and we talked to them today. And we heard from a lot of Stevens voters. I only talked to one Abdul El-Sayed voter who was younger black woman who said that her motivating issue was the genocide in Gaza. But otherwise, for the rest of the voters we talked to up there, they were going to vote for Stevens. And when I asked them, they had different reasons for doing so. But I mean, for at least one gentleman we talked to, it was that association with Barack Obama that really mattered to him. And so those are the two places where Stevens is doing well. It's across those rural places, and then here in Wayne County as well. Another place to watch as more of the vote comes in is Flint, Michigan. There's not a lot of vote counted there yet, also a heavily black county. So it'll be interesting to see, is this strong performance among the black vote just here in the Detroit area that might be driven by like her ad spending here in this metro, or is it also going to happen in other cities that have large black populations like Flint, where that vote remains out? Abdul El-Sayed's lead right now is being primarily driven by his lead in Ann Arbor and oh my gosh, the other community just fell out of my head. But Ann Arbor, obviously the home of the University of Michigan, big college town, very young, progressive place, the kind of place that you would expect to back Abdul El-Sayed. If Abdul El-Sayed is looking for more vote here, it's likely to come from Dearborn. So that'll be the community that Abdul is watching as its votes come in here in the closing days. So, like in the other place he's done quite well is in the Grand Rapids area, where he has a lead there. 69% has gone for Abdul, 27% for Stevens. So those were two of his big progressive vote sinks here. He's now got those, and he has a lead to be sure over Stevens. But is it enough as more of the vote from the rest of the state comes in? We might be in for a long night here, and it'll really depend on these. I think these next few vote drops here will be very instructive about what's still out and what we're expecting to see. I'll note this room is thinned out a little bit, probably people going, one, to use the bathroom after the initial excitement, going out to the bar to get something to drink. But I'll also note that I'm seeing much less of the Abdul El-Sayed staff here on the floor. which this is pretty common in campaigns, especially when it gets down to a tight election like this. An election after election I've covered at these watch parties. If it's turning into a tight affair, the campaign staff tends to pull back, go into the back rooms of the venue where they're at to watch the totals come in. One, it keeps them so they're not exposed to the press or exposed to the questions out here. And two, they're invested. They want to know what the vote totals are, and it can be hard to get that update here on the floor. Abdul El-Sayed now at 37% of the vote in, up 49.8% to Haley Stevens 46.6%. So Stevens, as the rest of the vote, we're down to under 2/3 of the vote here to count. As the rest of this vote comes in, Stevens will need that to obviously break her way in a meaningful way to make up that distance and overcome Abdul. But I mean, at least from all of the analysis from the people that I trust around these issues, the analyst who I really trust here is that this is probably turning into a real race, something that we might be sweating out here for a little while. And so, I want to read more from Zachary Danini here at Vote Hub, who says, the good for El-Sayed is that he has the lead right now. The bad for him is his best vote is in Kent has already been reported, which is where Grand Rapids is. We talked about that. He should also go down vote share in Ingham and Washtenaw. I apologize for my pronunciations here to all my Michiganders in the audience. As counting continues and more absentee comes in. So it's all about now Abdul has the lead. Is his lead enough to hang on at this point? And I'll note that right now on the screen, Wayne County is being shown by MS Now on there, and they're breaking down how strong of the numbers, 63% for Stevens out of Wayne County. That's here. That's where Detroit is. How strong that number has been for her. And I'll also note that here in Wayne County, in some of these counties, you're seeing Mallory McMurrow average about 3% of the vote, even though she is not running anymore. So that's some vote siphoning happening there. Not necessarily from Abdul El-Sayed, probably from what we have seen through polling, likely a split between the candidates still going to McMurrow, and that's because she had tried to really set herself as this middle-of-the-road candidate who really had who really wanted to be this kind of Elizabeth Warren figure, progressive, but still part of the Democratic mainstream, tried to straddle the two wings of the party. She wasn't able to find that audience really here in Michigan, and eventually had to drop out. So, with that said, John, I'm going to try and find another interview here, because I've been talking a lot, and probably I should use that as a break to talk about how we appreciate all of the coverage that I'm doing here, filling this airtime, bringing you this election analysis, bringing you what it's like here in the room at Abdul El-Sayed's watch party. Best thing you can do is go to statuscoup.com/join, become a member here of Status Coup, become an ongoing paying member, would do a lot to support us, and we would really, really appreciate it. We would really, really appreciate it. It's that sustained on the ground presence that we have here that allows us to be live in these places, that allows us to afford hotel rooms, that allows us to afford our technology that we need to actually do the live streams, because stuff fails for us. We need replacement parts and all of that. Afford our food, afford our car to get around, rental, all of that. Being here is expensive and costs money, and we're only able to do it through our paying members. So with that said, I am going to try and find another interview here very quickly. And yeah, John? Where'd they go? And this is, they're now playing, and they probably have been for a little bit here, but they're playing trademark music, so not much I can do about that, but this could lead to copyright strikes for our stream here. never happy about this, but they are trying to make it a party atmosphere for the people in the room.
You're right there.
Pardon me, folks. I'm a reporter. Would you guys mind if I interviewed you about how you're feeling at this point tonight?
So I can at
You can.
12 o'clock.
You can at 12.
When my contract expires.
Got it. All right.
I
We'll
want
hold
it
it
so
for that.
badly.
That's all right. That's all right. Are you all on the campaign?
Yeah, we're all in there.
No, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. What's that? I mean, if you want to point somebody out to me, I'll take it. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You're good. If you guys don't mind, this is my cameraman, John.
Okay.
You wanted to go back there?
No, I think we can set up here. All right. So if I could first have you guys basically do what you just told me, your names and your connection to the Abdul campaign.
My name is Ryan Skletsky. I'm a city commissioner for Mount Pleasant, and I put together concerts for the campaign to reach younger voters.
I'm Hannah Demarath. I've canvassed, endorsed, and I'm a city commissioner of Mount Pleasant.
Okay, a couple of people here from Mount Pleasant then to represent. So why were you both so attracted to Abdul as a candidate to now be here at his watch party tonight?
Well, I got to meet Abdul last fall when he came through Mount Pleasant. He did an event with the CMU Dems, and he wanted to meet some local leaders. So I sat down with him and a county commissioner and had lunch, and we talked for 2-3 hours about not just what he wants to do, but how he wants to go about doing it. And knowing the types of entities that are at play in our healthcare system, like with insurance companies, with big pharma, I wanted to ask him, how he's going to overcome some of those challenges when they have very, very, very deep pockets to stop that from happening. So, taking a message that, we can have a better healthcare system, that we don't need to pay $5,000 to drive 3 hours to see a doctor, that, despite passing the Affordable Care Act, foreclosures are the leading cause is still medical debt. We're still dealing with the same problems, and the only way that we're going to pass legislation that is going to make a huge impact is by taking it everywhere and making sure that people understand that even for small business owners that are struggling to find employees, the laws that we have in place keep them from being able to maintain good employees because they need health care. And so many families have to have 2 or 3 jobs because they can't keep full-time hours because their employers would have to provide health care. So as a result, they're crippling their staff, they're crippling their business, and it's all because something that we can we can do better as it's the wealthiest country in the world.
Anna, what was it that drew you to Abdul's candidacy?
A couple things. No corporate PAC money is a big one. I think that the money in our political system is disgusting and it's ruined our democracy. Another one is healthcare. We live in a really rural county, Isabel County, and I think if people had healthcare without worrying about it coming from a job, it would create a lot of positivity in our community, especially with health, child care. A lot of child care providers don't have insurance. It's a struggle. It can keep them out of the field if they have to go somewhere else to get health care. And it's something that would help rural communities, I think, way more than they even realize.
So let's get a temperature check of the two of you. I might be unfairly putting you on the spot here because we're talking at a point where the race is really narrowed here early in the night. Abdul was up by a lot as more of the votes come in. Things have narrowed. Looks like we might be in for a long haul here tonight. You know, it really is dependent on where the vote is still out in a lot of places. But at least as of right now, how are you feeling about Abdul's chances?
I'm staying positive. I being up in Mount Pleasant and being kind of in a rural area, I know the city isn't so much, but I think there's a lot of support up there that is, I think, unexpected sometimes. So I hope that really helps.
And
no, I agree with Hannah. There's healthcare in rural Michigan is a major problem, especially if you go up to the UP where we have some of these later precincts reporting in. I mean, there's not a ton of voters, but they understand how difficult it is to see a doctor up there.
But what about your feelings about the state of where the race is at right now? Still, you staying positive, like
yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these precincts are the later precincts with the time zone difference up in the UP. These are the ones where they're rolling in, trickling in late. A lot of times our absentees are counted last. So I think a lot of the people that voted absentee and early are probably going to be the kind of people that are voting for Medicare for all and getting corporate money out of politics.
Yeah, you both now have talked about getting that corporate money out of politics, not taking PAC money, etc. I mean, this is a race with just mind-boggling amounts of outside spending here. I mean, we're talking $60 million plus. I think the final figure that I saw was something around like $62 million. Half of that was coming from APAC. How do you think, if at all, that has warped the race here in Michigan?
In what way is that free or fair? Like, this doesn't happen just in the primaries, but it happens all going throughout the general as well. You know, far too often these candidates, in order to get a seat at the table at the primary, they have to take corporate money, they have to take donations from large donors, and as a result, they're already selling out favors. You know, there's nothing free or fair about our electoral system anymore, and we definitely need to change some things about it.
Have you seen, Hannah, that outside spending be warping in this race at all?
So what I think about this is when you have that much money coming in, it becomes a slander. And when you are doing that, you're taking away from the real issues, and that's what that kind of money does. It's intentionally coming out to provoke negative feelings, and when you do that, you're not going to get stuff done. And I think it gets in the way of politics in that way, and it's gross.
So you see it almost as a hindrance at a certain point, where now this is following around. In this case, we're talking about Haley Stevens. That it actually becomes like a weight on her campaign.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's not her and it's someone else, it doesn't look good to be like that, right? Like, there's a certain civility we should have in politics, and I don't think having that much money influence our elections like that has any civility. It's taken that away. So, yeah.
I've been asking everybody to respond to a voter. I was up in northwest Detroit today, and I spoke to a voter who told me, well, first he said that one of his animating issues was like corruption in politics. And then he said that he voted for Haley Stevens. And I said, well, she's benefited from all this outside spending. How do you square that circle? And what he said was that basically everybody's corrupt, right? So that it kind of puts everybody on an even playing field. How do you address that cynicism? You know, you guys see real signs of hope in the Abdul El-Sayed campaign. what's going to be what would be your message to fellow Michiganders for future races down the line who might be feeling that cynicism about the ability to get real change when there is this much corporate influence in our politics?
I guess for me, there's a ballot initiative, the mop-up politics. I think that speaks more than the candidates. And when people can understand what we can do and organize to do and get that stuff on the ballot, we're creating change. And that will trickle into politics slowly. Obviously, I think it will not stop without intervention from people who are running locally and on the state level. And I think Michigan is doing well in that, at least on like the grassroots ballot initiative level. So,
no, I think Hannah makes a great point. There's a lot of people that put a lot of effort into making sure that Mop Up Michigan is on the ballot for November. I mean, the people have spoken. We're tired of having our politicians bought. But I want to make sure the voters understand that they don't have to wait for an ad on TV to tell them who their candidate is. You know, they can get out to some of these events that they're hosting. They can meet them. They can take part in part of this process. Over the last couple of years, I've got to meet some of the people that are running for Congress, for state, for Senate. And these are people like Will Lawrence, who's cross-endorsed with Abdul, that they've taken that stance to not take corporate PAC money because they know that comes with a price. You know, it's not free money. It's not anything it's a cloud that hangs over their head that they're going to cash in sooner or later. And these are people that have done a lot of great work for Michigan, trying to establish a Bill of Rights for tenants, you know, making sure the kids have glasses so they can get a quality education. These are the types of things that Michiganders deserve. But we need to be willing to get off our couch, away from the TV, and engage in the areas that the work is getting done at. That's why we both ran for office, why we became elected city officials, why we take part in the ballot initiatives like Money Out of Politics, like ranked choice voting. You know, it's how we take our power back as citizens.
And you literally have Medicare for All written on the inside brim of your hat here. I'm not sure if that was coming across on camera. Is it, John? Yeah, so, I mean, you got Medicare for All written on your hat. You are, both of you, out here championing some big, bold, progressive visions for our country, getting rid of that corporate influence, talking about these big policy initiatives that could really help a lot of people. And you're also working at the local level where, I mean, I assume you're not going to institute, you know, Medicare for All in just Mount Pleasant, likely. Yeah. So what is the work that can be done at a local level, or that you guys are trying to champion there that does represent real reform that can make a difference in your local communities? Oh, who did? William Lawrence. William Lawrence just won in Michigan's 7th congressional district, so that race has now been called. A progressive champion there who has been part of a lot. I see beaming smiles here from people. So yeah, we can apparently call that John is keeping an eye on our group chats there off screen. Thank you, John, for flagging that right away. So that was one of these progressive candidates that had really tied himself to the Abdul campaign. And I was trying to see if maybe people were cheering about that particular race. I don't know that I saw that on screen, but that is, I mean, that's big news for these. And we also saw Donovan McKinney had an impressive lead last I had checked. If somebody from the Status Coup team wants to get me latest numbers in the Donovan McKinney Michigan 13th race, that would be much appreciated as well. And now more numbers coming in here, and Abdul Sayed is increasing his lead. He is up to 50.1% to Haley Stevens, 46.2%, with now 43% of the vote in, nearly halfway there. And so some good, I'm seeing smiles on your guys' faces after we took that pause. But I still want to get you guys to answer that question before we jump back to like this roller coaster of emotions tonight. But local change, what does local progressive action look like to try and benefit the people in your communities? Since, you know, Medicare for All isn't going to happen, you know, isn't probably going to start in Mount Pleasant.
Well, housing in Mount Pleasant is an issue just like it is everywhere else across the state. So that's one of the things that I've been focusing on. And there's things that we can take on a local level, like trying to write legislation about the ban on rent cap. You know, if I write something on a local level, it signifies to our state legislators that, hey, this is not what we want. We need to make sure that we're keeping track of these slumlords that are trying to take advantage of other people's hard work. The same goes with ranked choice voting. The way that they're reading legislation right now is that municipalities can't put that in place for themselves. Well, if enough municipalities get on board saying that, no, this is how we want our elections to operate, then it's going to let them know that, hey, this is the type of change that Michiganders want. So there's no effort that's too small that goes unnoticed. You know, how do you fill a bucket? One drop at a time. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. How do you make a revolution happen? One boot at a time. You know?
Anything you would add to that? Where do you fit in the revolution?
Well, Mount Pleasant has more than 50% of their population as renters. And so I will say this, including us, our city commission doesn't have any renters on it. They're not represented, and we have to look at that and how we treat renters and making sure we're protecting things like rental companies owning all the property, or private equity coming in, or short-term rentals, or there's a lot of different aspects there that we can look at locally to hopefully address the problem, right? Like, I think that our city is a reflection of how the rest of America looks. Most of the people in America rent now, and that can be a hindrance, especially when you're looking at personal equity and what we think about this American dream. We need to look at that and fix our housing problems and make sure everybody has the housing they want, right? So, locally, focusing on renters, really.
So,
can I chime into something?
Yeah, go for it, man.
So, home ownership is one of the prime ways that families build generational equity. So when it's impossible for a family to be able to purchase a home because housing costs have gone up 40% in 5 years, like in Mount Pleasant, it makes it impossible for them to be able to purchase a home to pass down to their families. So this is how that wealth gap stays increasingly wider. You know, if we don't start to take some of the efforts that we need to push out corporate-owned housing, like BlackRock, like scooping up single-family homes all across the country, it's never going to change.
So I want to end here. Well, first of all, I want to give an update just on the 13th congressional district. That with 27% of the vote in, it's actually Sri Thanadar who's currently up 54% to Donovan McKinney's 46. We're expecting that to be, probably starting from the outside areas of that district, moving in. So that number is very likely to change, especially with only 27% of the vote in. Okay, so that said, coming back to the two of you to end here, which is on this question of what is the support for Abdul like in your lives? We're seeing the results here, and we're talking something that's pretty split. Abdul's lead is now ticked down just ever so slightly to 49.9 to Haley Stevens at 46.4, but still a lead. In your lives, friends, family, community members, are you seeing an evenly divided Democratic primary electorate? Were you seeing it more skewed one way? Just give me a sense of what you were seeing in your own lives.
Slight majority is for Abdul. If you look at the numbers for our county, it's pretty much neck and neck. Most of the people I know are Abdul supporters.
Same. I know a lot of Abdul supporters as well. I think that I've also talked to a lot of family members, and they've switched their minds lately. So that's really great. And I think he
switched their mind in what way? And
maybe they were a Trump supporter and actually voted for Abdul in the primary. So
what?
I think, and the corporate.
So sorry, just because the mic wasn't on you. One more time.
Oh yeah, like because of the corporate money. And healthcare was like a huge thing. And I think that is a huge driving force that are also cross-party lines. And I think people are starting to realize that. Like,
This notion that we've usually heard from the Democratic Party is that they need to moderate on their views as a way to win over people who might be lean Republican voters. But I mean, at least as you're explaining there, it's the big, bold progressive actually grabs somebody who is a Trump supporter and drags them all the way over to the populist left. I mean, it doesn't make the logical sense you would expect it to if you're someone who pays hyper attention to politics, that you're drilled into your mind that politics works on this very neat and clean, tidy spectrum from right to left, and people slide, ever so slightly along that spectrum. When in reality, and I am going to let you guys go, and in reality, we see people move around like that all the time. So thank you both for being with me. Anything else you want to add while you're at the platform?
I hope I win. Woo!
Thank you both.
I'm on the ballot tonight, so.
Well, good luck to you.
Go ahead. Have a great one.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So thank you guys for taking so much time with me. Gave me a break from talking, which is why I leaned on you so much. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Whew. Okay. Getting the local perspective here on this race. I wanted to check in just with our group chats here. Okay, so analysis here from the New York Times that is being sent to me. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed from the New York Times. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's margin narrowed significantly about 20 minutes ago, now longer ago than that, after Detroit released a batch of more than 40,000 absentee votes that heavily favor Representative Haley Stevens. Much of the city's Election Day vote has yet to be reported, though, and El-Sayed has fared better in person in other jurisdictions. Take from that what you will, that does not guarantee future success for Abdul El-Sayed. But if you're the Abdul El-Sayed campaign, you're reading that and breathing a sigh of relief, because again, that analysis that we were expecting here is probably what we were just expecting is for those absentee ballots who have been counted even earlier in the night. So the lead that Abdul had at the beginning was expected to be narrower because those absentee ballots were expected to be counted sooner, and it was supposed to look like Haley Stevens was doing better. Could have been that she was, in the lead at the beginning. This is what analysts were expecting. And instead, a lot of those votes got counted just a bit later in the night and created this impression that the race was narrowing. And now it has, as we've talked here, it has fluctuated. But Abdul here has separated out a little bit. So I really want to get to talk to Prem Thakur from Zateo just to give him a chance to shout out his outlet. But every time I look over at him when I'm free, he's busy doing a live hit, and then when I'm doing an interview, he's just milling around. So I suppose I'll kill a little bit of time here and talk about the coverage we have coming up here at Status Coup, which is where we're going to go. You've heard me reference it. The next race that we're going to focus on is going to be in Wisconsin, the governor's race there, where Francesca Hong is currently leading in the polls by a wide margin to be the next Democratic nominee for governor in a swing state, and she is running as a Democratic socialist, or just now socialist. And we have interviewed her here on Status Coup. We have brought you some exclusive reporting that we were able to break news in that race. I am a Wisconsin-based reporter. I am well-sourced in that area. So that is where we are going to start to focus a lot of our coverage going forward over this next week, because Wisconsin's primary is on August 11th. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. Yep. We have to quickly troubleshoot an issue with our microphone. It's going to take just a second. We're going to you might lose audio for just a moment, but it will come back. Happens every once in a while. So I'm going to step off to the side while we deal with that. All right, we just need one more second here to finish troubleshooting something here. All right, folks, you should be able to hear us again. We did a quick troubleshoot of our microphone, replaced the batteries. We should be all right here. If there's a problem, let us know in the chat, and our producers will reach out to us and let us know. But hopefully everything should be going well here. So, yes, we're August 11th. I should be live at Francesca Hong's watch party in Madison. Likely going to be doing some reporting, some exclusive reporting, I think, that I have lined up around that race as well. Can't tease too much about that. Can't let the competition know. But I'm very excited about that because it's my home state of Wisconsin, though I am a Detroit sports fan, hence the Tigers hat that I am wearing here tonight. And I do want to talk about here's what I want to talk just a little bit about Wayne County. That's the county we are in, Detroit. This is a predominantly black county. And for a moment there, it looked like Stevens was absolutely destroying here. And that's when that batch of absentee ballots was counted. That's when that batch of absentee ballots was counted. And now, since then, and at the time, Stevens was leading by about 30 points. Now, that lead for Stevens in Wayne County is down to 18. And you might be saying, JT, that's still a big lead. Yes, but it is not the absolute crushing victory that she would need to beat Abdul El-Sayed. There is still a lot of vote out. I am not saying that this race is then over. But I'm saying that if Stevens wants to win, if Stevens wants to win this race, she's got to drive up those numbers here in Wayne County. That's what I'm saying. Now, we went into perhaps one of the most pro-Stevens areas of this county earlier today to interview voters, and we found Stevens voters, but they were not diehards, and that was something that you've noted, that we have noted here on our streams before, is that when we drove around the city, we weren't seeing like Stevens yard signs, Stevens bumper stickers. We were seeing a lot of support for Abdul. So the people who were supportive of Abdul were loud about it. We expected to still be a majority of Stevens supporters here, but less enthusiastic, and at least the voters we talked to outside of the polling places we went to, while they preferred Stevens, also liked Abdul and were ready to get behind him come a general election. I didn't meet anybody who was like, I will not vote for Abdul, though if you've been paying attention to the online discourse around it, those voters, of course, do exist. All right, the other thing I want to talk about here is that if you are appreciating the work that I'm doing, and my wife has been forwarding me screenshots of some of the nice things you've been saying about me in the chat, so thanks. It tickles me pink. But if you are appreciative of the work that we're doing here at Status Coup, the hours that I am spending here in front of this camera, if my pouring sweat seems like this is hard work, or all the talking that I am doing, driving myself to Cottonmouth is hard work, I want to tell you, compared to what we do here at Status Coup, like other reports we do, I can do this standing on my head. This is fun. John and I are used to doing this, except it's -40 outside. We're in Minneapolis and getting tear gassed by ICE agents. We were on the ground in Minneapolis for 2 months. We were on the ground in Chicago for 2 months. John is grinning right now because I just caught him. He was kneeling down on the ground trying to give his feet a break. And here I am basically getting in his ear through the microphone being like, stand up, pussy. You've done harder work than this. You've earned a harder paycheck than this. Yeah, because we were on the ground in these communities for so many months. And it's not just like, oh, we were in Minneapolis for 2 months, where we partnered with our friends at Midas Touch, who are now partnering with us here on this stream as well. Tip of our hats to them for giving us the platform, as always. We really appreciate the Midas Touch Network for that. Our partners over there who help lift up our reporting to a larger audience. But even before we partnered with them in Minneapolis, we were on the ground in Chicago for 2 months before that. And in between those two cities, John was on the ground in Charlotte. Before that, we were in LA. We were in New York. We were in DC. for all of these Trump takeovers and ICE activity and invasions that the Trump administration has played out. And we have not abandoned that story. We have stayed with those stories in the months afterward. We're still telling stories about what is happening in the Twin Cities, about the way some of their activists are being put up on charges by the Trump administration for daring to resist the Trump administration, for daring to protest the Trump administration and what they were doing in Minneapolis. We are still telling stories about the search for justice in Chicago, about how so many people want ICE agents to be charged for their breaking the law in cities like Chicago, and yet people not getting those charges from their local DA, the court system, the local police, and all of those different power centers are pointing the finger at each other about who is really to blame for why there is not that accountability. We stay on the ground with all of these stories, and we don't just parachute into Detroit for election night here. We've been here for days before this, interviewing voters, working 12-hour days. Sorry? Oh, it is Kat. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'll grab her. So, all of that to say, we devote ourselves to this. We live it every day. John and I spend days, weeks, months away from our families to be able to do this job because we believe in it so wholeheartedly. The importance of bringing on the ground perspectives from what we've been doing here around the city of Detroit to be able to lift up voices like the working class people here in Detroit that we lifted up here. And if you appreciate that, go to statuscoup.com/join as I shout myself hoarse here on this stream. Please, I think we earned it tonight with all of our coverage as things get down to the wire here. All right. I also want to call out, as things have been close here, that Haley Stevens, right? She has outspent Abdul in this race 12-1. 12-1. That is the outspent to make this race this close. To this close, where Abdul is still in the lead right now. Now that may change, but Haley Stevens spent 12-1 to be able to do that. And how is Abdul able to do this? Well, obviously, good messenger, but also policies. Policies. When I talk to these voters on the ground, what are they telling me? They're not telling me that it was because Abdul was some slick messenger. They're not telling me because it was some inspirational figure. They're telling me it's because he's addressing the needs in their life, that his policies were bold enough to meet the moment, and that is what they want to see from their leaders. And even the ones who were Stevens voters were telling us that they wanted to see more bold policy visions from their Democratic leaders. So regardless, this moment, of however this election turns out, should be a wake-up call to the Democratic Party and about receiving AIPAC funding that you apparently need, $30+ million, $32 million from AIPAC to be able to get and enjoy a lead to the point that they have, or to be able to be at this point that Haley Stevens is at right now, and about the diminishing returns that are there. Whew. Okay. That was a lot. That was a lot. And as I said, we are go, go, go here. We are go, go, go. And now the two people that I want to interview are busy talking to each other. And I am not sure if I'm going to be able to go get them. I'm going to go strike up a conversation here for just a second. I'll bring the microphone along. You can listen in a little bit. Okay, so now I've Yes, I do need water. Thank you, John. Came over by the water station here. I did just line up two interviews for us, one with Prem Thacker from Zateo and another one with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who ran for Congress in Illinois. We covered her race from the Watch Party. They're about to do an interview with each other. So as soon as they are done, I'm trying to get water, but we're all out of water here in this house. Oh, Oh, John. Physics involved, gravity working for us, but it's not happening. No water.
Might be another one.
Run out because everybody is so thirsty and is talking so much. And John and I had a little bit. I'll let you in on the odyssey that John and I had to get into this event tonight to be able to cover it. So we operate in this weird place where people just kind of decide for us if we're journalists. We are journalists. We don't do fluff interviews for your candidates. That is not what we do. We'll be gentle with working class people because they don't have power, but we will hold candidates' feet to the fire on policy that would actually help those working class people. But the Abdul El-Sayed campaign, unfortunately, had deemed us content creators, which meant that they were going to have us. We weren't being allowed in with press to do our preset. It's why we, instead of going live at 8, we went live at 8:30 because it took us extra time to get in here. We had to do some creative things to get in here that I won't enumerate here on stream. Suffice to say, it was touch and go as to whether or not we were going to be in this room tonight. We're happy that we're here, that we're able to do this stream, but very disappointed that Status Coup was getting treated as content creator, just as though we're just here to, just make your candidate look good. I'm not interested in that. Not interested in that. I am interested in being a journalist first and foremost. That is my training. That is what I do, and I believe in the power of journalism. And we had to really fight our way here into the stream. John pointing the camera up there, 50% in now, and Abdul's lead has not changed in terms of percentage from the last time. And now people cheering there. You see William Lawrence's win there at 43.2% so far, and he has been projected as the winner. One of those progressive candidates. And no doubt that is going to be welcome news to a lot of the progressives here in this state. So, anyway, we got in here. There is a bar where we could get water outside of this room, but we had to fight like hell to get into this room. But the prospect of leaving it, even for a drink of water, might mean we're not able to come back in. And yeah, well, I don't want to go too far. I don't want to go too far. So, whew. So this is where I can probably just like take a beat, reflect on some of the things that we saw and heard here on the ground in the days leading up to this, where we were doing our live reports here from on the ground. If you've been following us here, you know we were talking to a lot of voters. So what did I see? I saw a lot of people very animated in their support on the ground for Abdul. The people who came out for Abdul's campaign were really loud about their support. Whether or not they end up being a loud majority, oh, you're all right. I'm in the way. Whether or not they end up being a loud majority is what we're here to find out tonight. What I'll say about Haley Stevens, her supporters, numerous to be sure. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of them in this state tonight when the vote is all counted. And her voters, more reserved in the sense that they would tell you that they were Haley Stevens voters. They weren't shy about that. But we weren't seeing the kind of indicative signs of that. And I've talked about it a little bit here on the stream. We weren't seeing the bumper stickers. We weren't seeing, oh, John found me water. Best cameraman in the world, John Farina, keeping me alive and upright. Oh. Manna from heaven. Thank you, John. We really appreciate that. That'll keep me going for at least another hour. Whew. And it is now approaching 11:30 here, so we have been live on the ground for 3 hours. My God, John, it's been 3 hours? Hard to believe. And John and I have very early flights tomorrow. So, John and I have this selfish desire to see the race called early. But of course, because we bought early flights out tomorrow, we tempted fate. We brought that on ourselves. Of course it was then going to be a tight election. So if you've been sticking with us here and you're like, I want to go to bed, I don't blame you. You can blame John and I for jinxing all of this, all of the proceedings tonight. All right, but other takeaways from this weekend that we have seen. We saw Abdul El-Sayed really moving at a breakneck pace and talking to media over and over and over again. In fact, to the point where in one day I heard him answer the same question 3 different times. And it's in complete contrast to the Stevens campaign where, and I put out a vertical video for us, or a story for us earlier today, where the hell is Haley Stevens? Where the fuck is she? I couldn't get her to return our emails. Her campaign staff didn't even bother responding to the emails I sent them. They wouldn't make her available for interviews. They wouldn't even send me a list of her campaign events so I could go and talk to her voters or go and show the support for her on the ground. So the ability to actually lift her up in all of this as a character was made nearly impossible by her campaign. Now I'm just one outlet. Us here at Status Coup, just one outlet. But, we also do stream with our partners at Midas Touch. Like, we've got 700,000 subscribers on YouTube. Midas Touch has several million. We appreciate them, again, lifting us up to your audience, getting our journalism out there, and we welcome all of you from the Midas Touch Network. But with these large audiences, wouldn't you want to get your candidate in front of these usually progressive-minded and engaged voters? You would think, but that was not the strategy that her campaign went forward with. So here we are. So we went, Abdul's campaign, by contrast, let us interview him twice that we pre-planned. Once where we came here on the ground in Michigan months ago, back last spring, and we interviewed him. Once where I interviewed him virtually. And then we also interviewed him by surprise on the ground outside of Delaney Hall, the ICE detention center, the ICE prison camp there in Newark, New Jersey. Because Abdul was out there on the front lines with people outside of that prison camp where people have been dying, and we've been covering that. So we've talked to him multiple times. His campaign was open and honest about what his availability was like in us planning this trip, and gave me a whole list of events that we could go to. We only made it to a handful of them. I did not make it to probably even half of the events that they sent us that we could go to here in the closing days of the campaign. So that was 2 very different approaches to how open you're going to be with your candidate in the approach to this race. And just reading off the vote totals here, 52% in, Abdul El-Sayed, 49.7%, Haley Stevens, 46.5%. So Abdul's lead, again, ticked down just a little bit, but it's really, this is what really makes it feel like it's going to be a nail-biter. It's a long way to go for Haley Stevens to overcome the current 3-point gap there, which she's only narrowing it by, 1/10 or 0.2 of a percentage every time, that much more of the, we're at that 52% of the vote counted now, so 2% more than last time. It's possible, if she keeps up this pace, that it can be done, but not every place where the vote is going to be counted is going to be so great for Haley Stevens. And that is what leads to all the uncertainty tonight. Whew. So I should probably talk here also about some of the reporting that we've done here at Status Coup about Delaney Hall. I want to draw attention to the way that we're continuing to do that reporting here at Status Coup on the Delaney Hall ICE prison camp, where we are very well sourced. And we were able to break the news nationally and internationally that another detainee had died at Delaney Hall on August 1st. We broke that news yesterday. We were the first to get it confirmed, and then the New York Times, The Guardian, all these other outlets were chasing us on that story, and we were able to break the news. And that is just because we've been so dogged on that story. But the man who died leaves behind a 12-year-old daughter. I really like to center that these are people in all of this, that this is people at the end of the day whose lives are being lost. And that is what this fight is all about, right? Here in Michigan. Is about how they're going to stand up, how the Democratic Party is fundamentally going to stand up to the Trump administration, the tactics that it is going to employ in order to fight back against the Trump administration, its fascistic regime, its ICE agents, its Gestapo that are out in the streets. And immigration, even though this was not like a Detroit, this is Detroit. This is not a Chicago. This is not a Minneapolis. This is not one of those cities that had a high-profile ICE invasion over the course of the last year. but just like everywhere in the country, has seen an increase in ICE operations. And I spoke to multiple people here who cited ICE and immigration crackdowns as the reason that they were getting so engaged with politics during this election cycle, as they wanted elected officials who were going to stand up on that issue of immigration and not disappear their friends, neighbors, community members, and split apart families the way that we have seen the Trump administration do here.
My name's Habiba.
It's what?
My name's Habiba. I'm a community organizer. I came here with NYCDSA. She's running for U.S. Senate in South Carolina.
Oh, nice to meet you. What's your name?
Catherine Fleming Bruce.
Catherine?
Yes.
All right, Catherine. So you are running for Senate.
Yes.
All right. So if you could list out we just got but for the microphone's purposes, your full name and where you're running for Senate.
Okay. I'm Catherine Fleming Bruce. I'm a candidate for United States Senate in South Carolina, running for the seat formerly held by the late Lindsey Graham.
All right. So you are here at Abdul El-Sayed's watch party for a Senate race in Michigan. What made you want to be here tonight?
Well, I appreciate and I agree with many of his positions. I also see him in kind of the forefront of some of the changes that we want to see nationally. And I certainly want to echo those in my race. And I want to see more people who are running for Senate follow those same principles.
All right. So to your mind, what are those principles?
Well, certainly Medicare for all, certainly anti-war, anti-corruption, anti-genocide, all of those. We want to make sure that money is being invested in our states and not overseas, and that we don't have foreign interests that are making the decisions by their interaction with legislators. So those are the principles that I'm committed to and that he's committed to as well. So that's why I'm here.
All right. So you brought up being against genocide. That has been, a real hot button issue. I mean, in this race where we've seen AIPAC back up $32 million in this race to try and defeat Abdul El-Sayed, and it has brought this race down to the wire here. Abdul El-Sayed has a lead right now, but it fluctuates. Seems to be again going into this very slow narrowing that we have here. Are you at all concerned by taking that anti-genocide stance that you would think should just be something that people are willing to say that genocide is bad? Are you at all concerned about spending against you in this race, of like Abdul maybe be serving as an example as a way that it could come against you in your race?
Well, I think that America has to grapple with that issue. As one of the lead funders and partners with Israel, and we're looking at the Israel-Iran war, Israel-U.S.-Iran war. So we have to grapple with it as a voting public. We have to grapple with it as leaders and to see what does that mean in terms of how we invest the people's dollars, because they're not our dollars. How do we invest that? How do we create a different kind of ally synthesis? That's going to be important because we want countries where everyone can live in peace and have rights and have access. So those are the things that we want to make sure that the American public is talking about, and that's what's happening right now. So I'm happy to be a part of that discussion because anybody who's seen pictures and studied that history know it's a complicated history. But we need a different and a better solution than what's happening right now.
So would you support then ending U.S. Military aid to Israel?
Yes, and certainly not the unconditional, hey, whatever happens, we're going to just give the money. No, that's not sensible. We have to have some kind of guardrails. So, yes, I would certainly say, no, we can't have that continue. As long as these atrocities continue,
Can't. Walk me through a little bit of your personal history, what brought you to running for Senate?
Well, I am a writer, a mom, a journalist, but I've also been very involved in activism over time in my state, and that's local, state, and national and international organizations for human rights, voting rights, women's rights. I've done that for a long time. I've done historic preservations. I've written a book on that. One of my proudest things that I've done is to be chosen and appointed as a foreperson for state grand jury in South Carolina public corruption trial. So that investigation got rid of about 6 or 7 crooked state legislators and helped us to kind of reframe ethics in our state. So I want to do that at the national level as well.
Where do you stand on corporate corruption in politics through corporate spending?
That's exactly the corporate spending issue was what was happening in that public corruption trial, where basically our legislators were taking money from lobbyists and working for corporations and creating laws based on that. So I saw that up close and personal during this investigation. And so we want to end the money in politics. We want to end all of that corporate corruption. We want to end Citizens United and return the power to the people.
Would you support a congressional stock trading ban?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Absolutely, yes. And that's just where you ended, like no qualifiers on that whatsoever?
No qualifiers on that.
All right. Interesting. What do you see? What do you see as the number one issue facing the United States of America right now?
I would say the number one issue is probably creating an affordability improvement, because that's the thing that's hitting people hardest. Gas prices, grocery prices, oil, all of these things and they're being exasperated by the war in Iran. So we need to make sure that every young person can get a good job, that people have a living wage, that people have health care. All these things are tied together. The affordability of having health insurance is just not there at all. So a lot of these things need to be retooled in order for us to have the American dream.
I assume you're running as a Democrat?
I'm actually running as a write-in because I skipped the primary process. And the reason why I did that is because I ran last year, and there were 7 or 8 black women. There were 7 or 8 black women who were featured in national press, including Ebony and Essence. Started with Jasmine Crockett. And I saw so many of them not winning their primary, but we needed to be on the other end of that discussion about what happens in America. So I made the decision to be there in the general election no matter what, so we can have that conversation. And I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, you're creating a lot of real hurdles for yourself, though, by trying to be a write-in candidate. What's your theory of change here, of how you're going to get to enough people without that party backing?
Well, you know that Strom Thurmond won his U.S. Senate seat as a write-in. So we're going to do a bookended campaign, and we're going to be connected to the progressive message and progressive set of policies, because that wasn't going to happen with the person who is the nominee right now. So that is a positive for me, is that we are free to talk about all these things that I guess especially challenge Democrats in the South, because they think they have to be red light, Republican light in order to win. We're going to show them otherwise.
Okay, so if elected, and I also want to call out that Lisa Murkowski also won her Senate seat in Alaska with a last name like Murkowski as a write-in. Yeah. And if elected, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader of the Democratic caucus in the Senate?
I wonder if Abdul would like to be the leader. Well, I guess he can. He's probably, they have the seniority thing, so he probably couldn't. But he's the kind of person that we would love to see in that role.
So should I count that as a no? You would not support?
No, we need someone who's going to help us move this progressive wave forward. So we're going to be looking for that person.
Is that where you see the future of the Democratic Party, is in that progressive wave? This is not just a thing of the moment. You think this is sustainable?
I think it's sustainable. And I think the more people see it happening, the more hope it gives us that we can make these changes, that we can produce a new direction for the party. So I'm excited.
Since you're a write-in candidate, let's get your name one more time.
Okay, thank you. Catherine with a C, Fleming with one M, Bruce, no hyphen. Catherine Fleming Bruce, candidate for U.S. Senate, South Carolina.
Catherine, thank you very much for taking the time. Good luck to you in your race. Maybe we'll talk again as the general gets a little bit closer.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, please do. Please do. Actually, do you have a card or anything on you?
I got a few new cards.
Well, I tell you what.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah, Kat's available. And we're going to go talk to Kat Ghazali right here in just a second. Making connections out here. Status Coup does not endorse any candidate in any election. You heard me put the same tough questions to her that I would put to any elected candidate about where they stand on various hot-button issues of our time. Leave that to you, to the audience, to decide. Write-in candidacy in South Carolina. These are the kinds of connections you make when you actually do the on-the-ground reporting and actually come out here to do interviews, because, John, if you want to point up there at the media stand, all those journalists who are stuck up there on this plateau above everybody else and are not bothering to talk to anyone, and I don't think our camera would show it very well, but there's another layer of media up top here on this balcony that are even further removed from the people down here on the ground. Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate it. Thank you for thanks for having the bravery to come up to me. I appreciate that. All right. Let's go grab. Son of a. Well, let's get over that. Oh, I see her though. Might be able to go get her. This is how it goes out here. As soon as you are ready to interview someone, they disappear in a crowd like this. Pardon me, thank you. She just walked out of the room. I just watched her walk out of the room, so. But I bet she probably just went to the bar to get something to drink, so if we wait here, we'll probably be able to catch her. Woo. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, I'm going to check for some quick election updates here. Give me just a minute off camera here, John. Catch my breath a little bit. All right, so big movement here in the race between Donovan McKinney, who is the DSA-endorsed candidate in Michigan's 13th congressional district, who is running to unseat incumbent Sri Thanadar. McKinney has now taken the lead with 53.7% of the vote. Thanadar down at 46.3%. Came over here. We're waiting for Kat Ghazali to come back in the room. She promised us an interview, so. How are you still on your feet? Are your feet killing you as much as they are me, or have you had the chance to sit down? No, I'll be all right. Oh, really? Right, I might take advantage of that. Oh my! And a big result out of Washington. Former Seattle Council member, socialist Kashmir Sawat, lost in the Washington State congressional race against Congressman Adam Smith. So that was another one where it was looking like a real progressive in terms of Kashmir with the positions that she has. I am here with Amani. Amani, if you could just introduce yourself, give us your name and the platform that you are with here.
Absolutely. I'm Amani. I'm the founder and editor-in-chief of MuslimGirl.com.
All right. And explain for people who aren't familiar what MuslimGirl.com is.
We're the largest media organization for Muslim women's voices in America, and we're all about reclaiming our narrative having the power to speak on our own behalf for ourselves, and also to lead the conversations on the issues directly impacting our communities.
And okay, so what does reclaiming the narrative look like? Like, give me some examples.
I don't think we have to look past even U.S. foreign policy to understand the way that Muslim women's voices have been trampled upon. A lot of times, I mean, we see even with Abdul's race, American Muslims are always kind of thrown under the bus. A lot of times we have to deal with anti-Muslim attacks that dictate the way that the general American public treats our community. And most of the time it disproportionately falls on the shoulders of Muslim women. Not only are we the ones that have to be on the receiving end of a lot of those hate crimes and the violence that results from hate speech, but also a lot of the failed foreign policy against Muslim countries use Muslim women as a scapegoat to justify foreign policy that ultimately negatively impacts women and children more than anyone.
Okay, so why are you here at Abdul El-Sayed's watch party? Why did you want to be here tonight?
The entire country has its eyes on this race right now. I'm very excited that we could potentially be getting our first Democratic nominee for Senate that identifies as Muslim in U.S. history, which is really exciting. And most of all, this race is really important because to me, it's an opportunity to send a message that outside money, big money, lobbyists, PACs can't overcome people power. There have been tens of millions of dollars of outside money being poured into Michigan during this election cycle. And it really just shows what the stakes are here.
All right, so how confident are you in that result, in the one that you want to see here in terms of an Abdul victory? We seem to be in a bit of a nail-biter of a race. Abdul's lead has ticked up again just a little bit, but every time I'm giving these updates, it is just, you know, 1/10 of a percentage here, 2/10 of a percentage there. But as we kind of get into this nail-biter phase here of watching the returns come in, how are you feeling?
Seeing how small the margin is, I really think that Michigan has already made a strong statement, and the message has been sent. The fact that Abdul has led a grassroots campaign, that his average donations have been pocket money from his supporters, and he's still been able to punch above his grade and put up a big fight against, what is it, like $60 million was the latest total that AIPAC alone put into this race. Which is
so AIPAC's contribution was $32 million, 60 plus, it may have been, I forget if it's 62 or 64 million in total, and outside spending benefiting Haley Stevens.
And I heard that it was the most amount of money that AIPAC poured into one single local election in history. So the fact that we're still biting our nails and we still don't know the outcome, I think that's a tremendous victory in and of itself.
Yeah, and you were talking about Abdul El-Sayed being outspent 12-1. If Abdul El-Sayed is able to pull off this victory, what do you feel like is the message that's being sent to the AIPACs of the world, special interests, to the rest of the country, and to Democrats?
It really shows that there's a new era that's being ushered into American politics. I mean, look, the American people are suffering right now. We need to prioritize our own communities, our own neighborhoods, and make sure that people are getting the basic necessities that they need. I think that this election is just a reflection of this moment. And on a personal level, especially as a Muslim woman watching this, it's really exciting to see American Muslims not only be this community that our politicians talk about, but that we're actually capable of pulling together actual political power and jumping into races like this. So there's a lot on the line, but so far I'm very, very proud of the turnout of the community here, and people all over the country are in town tonight for this moment.
Okay. All right. So you're saying you're very, very proud at this point. Like, where does that pride come from? Where does that sense of, you know, satisfaction with where this campaign is? What is it really rooted in here?
My own lived experience, being born and raised in the States as an American Muslim girl, growing up in a post 9/11 era. I'm witnessing moments that I genuinely didn't expect to see in my own lifetime. Things have been very, very dramatically different just over the past decade than they were for me growing up, and I think it's a really positive change, and I'm very optimistic about it. I think also young people are being more vocal, more outspoken than ever, and more empowered that they're capable of making the change that they want to see, and I think that this is part of that wave.
Part of the wave, and we'll see exactly how big this wave gets. We've seen all of these progressive victories across the country. Do you see it has it already? Will it crest with Michigan? Do you see it as continuing elsewhere? Like, what are other races that you're watching in the country?
Well, I actually was very much a supporter of Zaheran's race in New York City in the tri-state area. And I think that moment really set off this domino effect of what's possible. So I think it really is just about, if you can see it, you can be it. So when people are getting these case studies that are successful, like, oh wow, look at what we're able to accomplish with just our unity, our people power, our organizing, it's inspiring so many more races across not only the state of Michigan, but also across the country. I personally am a huge fan of Donovan. So far, he's
Donovan McKinney running in. He's actually ahead now in some of the latest counts that we were just saying those numbers right before you started talking to us. Yep. So yes, Donovan McKinney, who is the DSA endorsed candidate in Michigan 13th that we were talking about just a moment ago, up the last that we had seen. It's possible. Yep, we're seeing big shifts in those numbers in that district, so it could have changed in just the time I've been talking here. But okay, so you're a big supporter of Donovan McKinney.
Yeah, I think that he's a perfect example of our communities electing those of our own, people that have the lived experience, they understand what the needs are, and he's exactly the type of person that deserves to represent the communities that he comes from. So I think us watching new leaders emerging from our own are getting the support that they need. It's a really beautiful thing.
Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else you would want to add while you have the platform?
No, you're amazing, and I'm really happy to see just like so much attention being placed on this race, and also that so many people are kind of recognizing the value that this moment brings, not just for communities that are being represented in this, but also just for the American public as a whole.
Thank you so much for being with us. I really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time. And thanks for coming up to me. I really appreciate that.
What's the
Status Coup News?
I've been seeing you all weekend, so I thought I would come up and introduce myself. But
Yeah,
you're doing a great job.
We go everywhere. Yeah,
I can see that.
Try to at least. So thank you.
Lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet
Good
you
luck.
as well. Thank you. Woo. Yeah. You can talk now?
I can talk.
Is it after midnight?
Well, they said it's fine. They don't care.
Okay. All right.
Will this actually be on the news?
I mean, this is live right now.
Oh, we're live?
We're live right
Okay,
now. So I'm talking to, based on your name tag, Adam from the Abdul First Senate campaign. So, Adam, if you could just introduce yourself a little bit. What do you do on the campaign?
Okay, I'm not speaking on behalf of the campaign, just for the record. I'm a fellow with the campaign. I've been on for around 10 months now. Started as a volunteer, became an intern, and then our youngest fellow on paid staff.
Wow. Okay. All right. So quite the resume there already.
Thank you.
Well, you were like, I came up to you earlier just to let our audience in here on what was happening. You know, I had gone up to you earlier in the night and said, hey, I'm looking to do interviews, and you had to say, no, I can't until midnight because you're still on contract for the campaign. Now you've been cut loose. You've been told, yeah, go ahead, talk to press. Yeah. What's that?
Yes, I've been.
Yeah. Got you. So you seemed excited to talk to us, though. Why were you so excited to talk to us? I mean, is it really just the enthusiasm for the campaign about where you're at tonight?
I mean, look, we're at a race where we've seen millions of dollars spent trying to change the tide of the race. It's not fair that $50 million was spent against Abdul. But in the end...
60 million, more than 60.
I know, we're going up every day. It's hard to keep count. But even with that, we see the power of this movement. I mean, just at this event, the amount of people here. People believe in our message and our vision that better days are coming, right? Getting money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. People believe in something. We're not just against Trump. We're for the future of Michigan. And that's something that I am so proud to be a part of.
Seem to have entered this phase of the election results tonight where we're just kind of biting our fingernails, kind of watching the results come in. And we're up to 62% now in, and I'm seeing that Abdul's lead is now just down just 0.2 percentage points from where it was before. We're watching like the vote totals just change by these minute margins here and there. Seems like we might be in here for the long haul. How confident or optimistic, pessimistic are you feeling in this moment?
Look, I'm excited and ready. I know the people of Michigan heard our message and believe that. We've held a lead all night, but at the end of the day, it's going to be close. And what matters is how we come together. Haley Stevens supporters and Abdul Saeed supporters, as Democrats, we have to unite and take the fight to send Mike Rogers back to Florida.
What is the message that these voters should be asked to unite around? Because this has been an acrimonious primary. There's been a lot of mudslinging here. I mean, it hasn't helped that it's been so nationalized, of course, and all the outside spending has really helped fuel a lot of attack ads, especially against Abdul. So what is the message that you think would be that uniting message for Democratic voters here in the state to bring together, the Haley Stevens voter with the Abdul supporter.
Yeah. We have our differences, but at the end of the day, as Democrats, there's more that unites us than divides us. We all believe in the need to stand up to Trump's recklessness. We all believe in the need to protect health care, expand Medicare, defend Social Security, protect reproductive freedom. At the end of the day, a lot divided us. But we recognize the need to defeat Mike Rogers. And I believe there are more things that unite us, and we'll be able to do that as a party. It'll definitely take time, and whoever our nominee is must work to bridge voters from the other side. But I'm confident as a party we can come together.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, you're and I think history would bear out that parties tend to come together even after bitter primary fights. Those wounds tend to heal. Some of the bad feelings linger for a couple of weeks, and then people do kind of rally here.
Waiting for results.
We're going to tune in here to what's happening on stage there, John, if we could.
And those results will come. If you are hoping to hear from Abdul tonight, please stick around. Abdul will be speaking no later than 1 a.m. And if we get a call before then, you'll hear from him sooner, so... Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Thank you. We lost our interview there during all of that, but you just heard there over the loudspeaker, and I'm not really sure with the quality of our microphone. I'm never really sure what it can pick up because I'm not listening to this like John is on the mics. The booing in the crowd is for Mike Rogers, whose face just appeared on the screen because he has been projected the winner here for the Michigan Senate primary. But that was a fait accompli. We knew that was going to happen, but of course he would be the ultimate. Opponent for Democrats here in the state for Senate, and he would also be the potential opponent for Abdul if he were to win this race. But you just heard there over the loudspeaker what they said was that Abdul will be speaking no later than 1 a.m. And I have been at races where candidates didn't speak until 2:30 in the morning, so I am very much appreciative of that. But we should be hearing from Abdul within the hour. He'll be speaking. I'm not sure if that is built on confidence, and there are signs for him to have that confidence, and that is as more vote has come in here. We're up to nearly 2/3 of the vote being in at this point in Michigan, and his lead has more or less maintained. The reductions and the increases in his lead have been pretty negligible. It's been fluctuations at this point, so some things for him to hang his hat on there. Also crucial is what is happening to the vote in Wayne County. That's the county that Detroit is in here, where Haley Stevens was once leading in this county. And there's just William Lawrence's face coming up on the screen again. That race called long ago, but people still feeling energized by that race being called. But where Haley Stevens was once leading here in Wayne County by 30 points at one point in this night, that lead is now down to 8.5%. And if she wanted to beat Abdul, she would need to hope that margin would be a hell of a lot bigger than it is right now. That does not mean this race is over, but it does mean that Stevens needs to pick up more of that rural vote that I was telling you about earlier, where the way she was stacking rural vote advantages in these very rural areas, and it was adding up across the state. She would need even more of that then to make up the difference for what is happening here in Wayne County. Is pizza being delivered to me? I promise. Thank you. So I'm being delivered food here from. I'll hand it off to John since I'm still talking right now, and John deserves to eat. He is a very hungry boy. Oh, and we got more happening here on the stage. So, John, if you can point the camera up towards the stage.
And we're going to have it ready for when we see Abdul come out on this stage. Does that make sense? All right, so I need you to repeat after me. Are we all ready for that? Get your chant voices ready. Get your singing voices ready. We're going to do a little bit of sing chanting. Repeat after me. Hey. Abdul all the way. Abdul all the way. Hey, oh. Mike Rogers gotta go. Mike Rogers gotta go. Hey. Are we ready? All right, got about 45 more minutes to practice that, okay? Thanks, everybody.
All right, so here's JT eating some really delicious pizza. I don't know where the pizza came from, but yeah.
No, I love it. Any food tastes good right now at this point. I was just asked how you doing by somebody off camera, and I said I am going to crash after this, but right now I feel wired. This is where I love to be, live on the ground like this at a potentially history-making moment. I mean, this is a race that is really going to matter in U.S. politics. I'm going to hand the pizza off to John, who always seems to... I don't know how John stays so skinny. You should watch this man eat on the road, and we need to afford for John to eat. He is a growing boy. Please go to statuscoup.com/join. For as low as $5 a month, you can feed a John Farina. And that's all it takes, 16 cents a day, to give John Farina a home, to give John Farina some pizza. That's all it costs. But in seriousness, please, the best way you can subscribe, or the best way you can support us, is by subscribing at statuscoup.com/join. Are you ready, or are you still talking? All right. Again, I think you're somebody that our audience might recognize. You've been on our program before. You're a personality in your own right. Can you introduce yourself, who you are, and where people can find you?
Of course. My name is Durga Srinivasan. I've been organizing for 9 years. We met first at Delaney Hall, John and I, as well as a bunch of other members of the team. And you can find me at Durga NYC, DURGA NYC.
And I remember when we started talking here, we got connected at a door knocking event for Donovan McKinney, and you had been telling me about how you were I believe it was the top door knocker for Zohran Mamdani.
Top 10 out of 100,000.
Top 10. Okay. I gave you the crown, and I should have withheld it.
Every person who knocked one door, who had one conversation, deserves a crown.
Okay, and then you traveled all the way from New York out here to Michigan to knock doors for congressional candidates here, and now you're here at Zohran Mamdani's watch party. Why did you want to be here? Why did you want to get involved with the races way the hell out in Michigan?
Yes. So first I was reached out to, kind of hounded by my friend named Sebastian Javatpour. Love him so much. He's hosting something called Movement House, where he's helped fly out creators. Many people have paid on their own just to be here, to create things and build this movement and bring it into the national discussion and dialogue. And so I came here as a content creator. We've done a few canvases, but even in my free hours, I've loved canvassing with you and with other people, because there's nothing more important as Americans / as people than to actually hear one another. Online, I'm sure in your comments, there's so much noise. People spewing information that is not factual. But there's now 54% of Instagram who are bots either by MAGA or other parts of the world, which is pretty insane, right? That corporations can take over something that's called social media for people. And so that's all to say that having person-to-person conversation, we saw how that won for Zohran, and this has a chance to literally change the way we fund things, including a genocide.
Spell that out. How do you see the election of one man or one senatorial candidate here tonight? And this is not game over. This is just the primary. But how does his win here signal an end, you think, to the funding of a genocide in Gaza?
AIPAC, who spent more than $80 million on this one race.
Well, just a correction there. They spent $32 million. It was total of $80 million spent across the candidates. Stevens benefited over $60 million of that. Of that, $32 million is AIPAC. Still, a massive amount.
So the $60 million was from some of their branch offs.
Yeah, other corporate interests that were spending on behalf of Stevens.
Okay, that's really good to know. So whatever millions of dollars it is, say it's even $30 million, that's more than many of our brains can handle. Yeah. Imagine if that money went to our potholes and our schools and our education, right? Right now, millions of Americans are in student loan debt, right? Millions of people don't even have a place to eat or to sleep. And this is what they decide to do, is to fund a genocide. And at the same time, Haley Stevens decided to fund ICE. Fund and thank ICE. Now they have over $190 billion thanks to Haley Stevens. And at this moment, abolishing ICE is almost a number one issue for the majority of Democrats. So it's astonishing that she's decided to just go with her corporate PACs and people who are benefiting off of keeping our people in detention camps, doing indentured slavery, right? Look, we saw firsthand at Delaney Hall, she is forcing that to happen. So what this means is that we are showing the establishment that this cannot happen. We all also got behind Donovan McKinney, another congressperson, and then it goes to local races. Those are just as important. So what I saw here is how much organized capacity there is in Michigan, some of it tapped, some of it untapped. So that's a huge opportunity for the future. How do we get to the micro level where everyone to the core is saying, I'm refusing PAC money. Yes, I'm running for state assembly, but that still means I'm not taking a single dime from anyone who has interest outside of my people, everybody that I actually serve. So this is part of a larger coalition that's going to be on the ballot in the fall, which is to get dark money out of politics. And the DSA Michigan folks have worked really hard on this ballot measure. That's what this is about. It's so much more than faces. It's all interwoven with a messaging of community, centering people's voices and people's hearts instead of funding true evil, which is happening right now. So when it comes down to it, we can't have another Obama-Trump moment, right? We all loved Obama so much, and then all of a sudden, Trump is there because we get addicted to a face or a person or a celebrity instead of truly caring about the policy issues.
Yeah, and the policy there I would point out to as well, like Barack Obama elected on hope and change, and the big banks got bailed out as John Farina edges back to find a trash can, and he found it. But what happened? Big banks that caused the financial crisis got bailed out. There weren't people sent to prison for that, and we saw a lot of the same neoliberal policies and the continuation of forever wars. Though Iraq was ended somewhat under Obama, we would remain there in many capacities, continuing to deal with the fallout of that forever war for years to come, and you could argue we still are to this day. But you saw a lot of people who would have been Obama voters switch to Trump in 2016 because they felt like those promises were not kept. They did not see the transformative change they wanted to make. I'm so glad that you brought up how that outside spending in this race could have benefited people. How much could $80 million, $60 million, $32 million, whichever slice of it you want to take, could have benefited? And we made this point earlier in the stream. How many houses can it build? How many people can it feed? How many people can it educate? Et cetera, et cetera. And I want to put a question to people here. Imagine that the Haley Stevens campaign benefited from over $60 million of spending, and then now imagine she loses this race tonight. That is money that was just lit on fire. That is money that just went to consultants, to make ads, that just play endlessly on your TV to annoy the piss out of you. That is all that money was used to do when it could have gone to any of these other things. It's no better if she wins. Like, candidates should just have to win or succeed on their policy merits and not be propped up by this forever money. But I get on my soapbox, and I am so sorry about that.
That's the thing. So we just talked before this, and we're all exhausted. You've worked tirelessly. Don's worked tirelessly. So many organizers, we've not been sleeping for the past few days. Why does it have to come to the point of burnout for so many people just because we want more human lives to be saved? We want less people in detention camps. How basic is that ask? And one thing that I learned over the course of this Movement House trip that we had is that friendship is one of the biggest forms of coalitional transformation. When we say, okay, I didn't vote for you, I don't like you, but I will treat you like my friend, I will call you in, and I will push you to be better, that's when we make real change. And also the people around us. There's so much cancel culture, right? I don't like you, I'm going to cancel you, or even a politician. They have done so much smearing on just the fact that Abdul
It's late. We've all been talking a lot.
It's midnight, y'all.
I have mispronounced so many names and places here tonight, and then I'm sure the chat went nuts over some of them.
Well, where were we?
I don't know. Let me hit you with another question.
Okay. Oh, Abdul. So we found a flyer where it was all hate against Abdul. Nothing positive about Haley because she doesn't have enough positive other than maybe, hey, she's a woman. Okay, yay, she's a woman, but I don't care because she's a genocidal maniac. Okay? And so what they did is they put mailers everywhere shaming Abdul, and we went up to the doors and people have said, wait, I heard he doesn't like women. Where do you think that Islamophobic, xenophobic trope came from? Is that what the Democratic Party represents now? Xenophobia? Hatred of brown people? Anyone who looks like me? Right? If you see me wearing this, you get to hate me? That's what Haley Stevens stands for. And it was disgusting to see and hear at the doors that people, instead of investing in political education and schooling, where people actually learn about voting rights, about the houses and the branches of government, instead of that, $60 million to brainwash people to hate Muslim people more. It's very tied in to go veer a little bit away from elections, since that's all we're talking about. It's also come back to what we watch and consume. This work is so important because what other people are watching is created by Hollywood, which is known to kick out people who even care about Palestine at all, who care about a genocide at all. So all of this comes together, right? I mean, you may have watched a lot of movies as a child, anyone here. Who do you remember being the villain? Someone with an al or a sheikh in their name, right? A lot of Muslim villains have been in our movies and our TV spheres since we were children. And yes, some of that does come from 9/11 happening, which was a disgusting, terrible event. My parents lived through it. We saw, like, they're traumatized from that, right? They lived in New York City. They were there when 9/11 happened, and they know how terrible it is, and they know that that's like 0.0001% of Muslims, right, that did that. Even less than that. It's like however many people that was. And so that's all to say that every single person, no matter what you look like, is capable of immense good and of immense evil. And so any sort of identity politics and tearing people down is only serving the capitalist class. It's only serving to divide the working class. And that's what she did.
Well, I want to, this is kind of changing gears a little bit, but I wanted to ask you, since you have the history with us of being outside Delaney Hall, what I was struck by talking to voters here on the ground, an issue that came up at a surprising amount to me was ICE. And the reason it surprised me is we've been on the ground outside Delaney Hall. We've been on the ground in Chicago. We've been on the ground in Minneapolis, where the federal government was really executing people in the streets. And I would expect ICE to be a major issue in those communities, but it was still so salient here, where people were talking about a fear of ICE or seeing the way that ICE had ripped apart their own communities. Everybody, so many people seem to have some kind of experience where, like, I know a person or a friend of mine or my neighbor down the street got separated. Why do you think without a Delaney Hall, that so captured national attention in the same way, why is this an issue that's also resonating in places like Detroit, Michigan?
For sure. We went to the southwest part of Detroit and got to canvass in Spanish. And the second you talk about abolir la migra, abolishing ICE, people are excited because there is so much violence. They have killed over 46 people. In this administration alone, they're murdering people in the streets. And so, yes, we're not near Delaney, and most people may not even know about it, right? Because it happens to be covered in leftist streams, thank God. And at the same time, it still has yet to become truly international, right? Because the genocide, and there's so many problems that it's hard to truly capture attention. But when it comes to person-to-person relationship, we see ourselves in the people who are taken. So many of us, I personally have worked with people who have been taken. I got a text last night because after a father of 4 was let out of ICE, we helped release him, get him a lawyer. He's back, and I get a text from the mom that she's in a shelter with the kids because the father has lost everything because he was in ICE custody for 6 months. So these things have ripple effects in the community. Everyone sees it. You see the families, you know the stories, or you're scared for your life. And they can do things to you just because you do not know English. And a lot of people in the Southwest that we spoke to clearly, they're like, no hablan inglés, and that's fine. America is supposed to be a melting pot. That's what we sold to the world. That we're a place that everyone wants to visit and love, and that should accommodate any language you want to speak. But instead, they have vilified it. We have spoken to a teenager, a citizen, who they took to the floor, slammed him, and he had to get 7 stitches in his head. He was a citizen, and their excuse was that he looked illegal because he was an Afro-Latino. So this really reverberates, and it's like, to put this succinctly, there are so many interlacing issues. We need people like you all who are continuing to elevate the stories that CNN and MSNBC are not telling, or they're telling it in little 2-minute chunks between politicking and guruing and punditry, right? It's all about the views, the views, the views. But then when it comes to issues that really matter, they are sold out. They have completely sold out. So independent journalism like this is incredibly important.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that plug and that endorsement there. Anything else you would want to add while you had the platform? Otherwise, I'm certainly going to invite you to plug your stuff again.
Oh, thank you. I hope that people can find inner peace at this time, because right now we're faced with so much hatred. So many people are hungry or dying or hurting. And at the same time, if we don't treat one another who are right here in the moment with us correctly, the struggle will not succeed, and the struggle will worse. So to put it in a positive way, how are you treating yourself with kindness? How are you treating your mom, your dad, your siblings, your people with kindness in a truly genuine way, in a way that disregards any competitiveness, any capitalism that has been really ingrained in us? And a second thing is, like, how are you fighting for justice? I'd love to see those in the comments, to say how you can get inspired, how other people can be inspired by all of you. So finding inner peace, to do the work, and to fight for justice is a huge part of what I hope everyone can find.
Thank you so much. And you want to plug those, plug yourself one more time, please?
Okay. Thank you, John and JT. My name is Durga, at Durga NYC. We have some pretty cool stuff up recently. We're going to have a few things, an interview with Ayanna Presley, an interview with Summer Lee coming up, and you'll hear unsolicited, or I guess solicited thoughts like this one, about how we're trying to change the fabric of this capitalism and share more resources instead of greed. So I'm grateful for all of you for tuning in and supporting these guys.
Thank you so much. That's really amazing. I'm going to take a very quick water break. I would love to drink some water. And while I do, I will note what the current vote total is, or at least the percentage breakdown, which is that Abdul El-Sayed is at 49.7% to Haley Stevens being at 46.4%. And that is with now 70% of the vote in. And if you're saying, JT, that those percentage breakdowns sound a lot like what you said just a moment ago, you'd be right. You'd be right. Even back when we were at 52% of the vote in, the vote was only different by a few tenths of a percent, maybe 0.1% in case of Abdul's vote total, or vote share, excuse me. So this race is not like changing significantly as more vote comes in. What I want to do is check out some election analysis really quick, just to see if the vote is out in any significant areas. Oh, and I am just seeing now that Haley Stevens is expected to speak in about 20 minutes. Seems like she is trying to get out before Abdul is going to speak, because he was going to speak by 1 a.m., so she is trying to get out to speak first. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to know if she is going to try and control the narrative with this. If I imagine without the election being called, even with her down, she will not be conceding, would be my guess at this point. So my guess is both of these candidates, assuming we don't get votes called at this point, is that we will get the candidates to come out and probably deliver messages along these lines, which for Haley Stevens will be something along the lines of every vote needs to be counted. Democratic process is important. From Abdul perspective, it'll probably be much the same, except it'll be like much more pointing like we're in the lead and basically we have every confidence we're going to win this, going to try and bring a little bit more of that rah-rah energy, assuming the race does not get called before he comes out here on stage. And as of right now, if I'm Abdul, I'm going to wait right up until that 1 o'clock deadline I set for myself, because what is the benefit of coming out earlier, when the vote totals could change? Best to just know the most complete information that you could have. I want to note, too, that there was a third candidate in this race, Mallory McMorrow, in this Senate race. And at least as of right now, she is getting about the margin between these two candidates in this race. I think she's at, last I looked, like 3.8%. Margin is currently 3.3 between the two candidates or thereabouts. And that is not insignificant at this point. Like, where would those votes have gone? Maybe those are just committed Mallory McMorrow voters here who wanted to vote for her even if she got out of the race. But how many of them are people who just aren't people who are paying attention? And as people who are watching this stream, it might be hard to believe that there are people who don't pay like that kind of attention to politics to know that one of the candidates dropped out. But I promise you, those people exist. Go to a polling place and interview voters the way I do. You will meet voters who are just learning about the candidates showing up to the polling place or looking for more information about them when they get to the polling place. Confirming names. I had one person who told me today that his number one issue was actually the local judiciary, but also didn't know what the local circuit court races were called. He just knew he cared a lot about who the judge was. He had a judge he was going to vote against because he thought it was a bad judge. But didn't come armed with to even know exactly what the race was to be able to tell me. So this kind of low information voting is real, and what we saw from the way Mallory McMorrow's vote split according to polls, and it looks like the polls are going to be very wrong here in this race. Even if Abdul wins here by 3.5 points, it still looks like the polls are going to be off here by maybe a significant margin. I'm not sure what the polling average is here, but a lot of the closing polls really showed Abdul up here by somewhere between 12 to 15 points. So that's a significant polling miss. And it is always harder to poll a state race than it is a national race, where the polling misses in national races can seem significant because it's so close in this country, where a polling miss even by 2% can be election. Can mean the difference between one side winning an election and the other, or the other. But at least what polling had shown is that McMorrow's voters were really splitting. While there may have been a few more of McMorrow voters that went towards Stevens, it was by no means all of them. The polling that we have shows that it was still a significant percentage. So I will note here that the room is filled back up again. After the promise that Abdul was coming to speak, we watched people come in out of the lobby and fill up this area down here with people here inside the venue. So that's you can tell everybody's excited. They want to hear Abdul speak. I'm not really noticing now a difference in how full this room is from when the election night started. That seems like everybody held on. This later, just about nearly everybody up to this point has held on. John, if we could just make our way through the room a little again, I'm going to check in again on Prem and see if we run into Kat along the way. Pardon me, folks. And as we walk past here, you're going to see John have the camera up there at Media Row a little bit, where you see all of the candidate or all of the mainstream media lined up, not interviewing people here in the crowd. Just doing their media hits. This was where Prem used to be, but I don't see him anymore. I don't see either of them right now, but I can do some interaction with the chat here. as a way to kill a little bit of time. And an update again on Michigan's 13th congressional district. That is the district with Donovan McKinney. McKinney now, his lead is 4.6%, and that's with half the vote counted. So that race remains up in the air as well. Though, I mean, at this point, you'd rather be McKinney than you'd rather be Shree, but that race still very much up in the air at this point. The DSA backed Donovan McKinney. People like Hassan Piker campaigned with him. You saw a lot of other progressives in the House, or people who are hoping to be progressives in the House, come out and campaign with him over the last few days. We even brought you a live stream of one of those here. I should probably note, I'm going to interact with the chat here in just a moment. For all of those who have held on into now the early morning hours of Wednesday, welcome to Wednesday. It's 12:30 here on the East Coast. Or we're not on the coast, but here in the Eastern time zone. Those of you who have held on this long, I appreciate it, and I want to give you some love here in the chat. But first, I should probably pay the bills another time. Whew. If me running this stream for this long means anything, lifting up all of these voices, giving you this on-the-ground perspective, being tireless in our coverage out here, please go to statuscoup.com/join. We are the leading on-the-ground outlet. We don't just stand around up there like all of the media up there on the media dais, up there kind of waiting around for something to happen. We are down here doing the work, staying live this entire time, interviewing people. We'll bring you the speech when it happens. We brought you all the speakers that have been down here. We've explained to you all the journalism we've been doing here on the ground over the last several days, teasing out all of those themes, covering multiple races, and bringing you results from races not only here in Michigan, but also in Missouri, where, by the way, Bell's lead over Cori Bush has now shrunk. Wesley Bell's still expected to win here. He's got 59% of the vote to Cori Bush's 37%. AIPAC spent a lot against her here in the closing days, and she did not get nearly the attention that Abdul El-Sayed got, and that's probably, at least in big part, just due to the calendar of where this race fell, that this was happening, that her race was happening on the same day as Michigan Senate primary. So here I'll get into the chat a little bit and actually interact with some of you folks. Whew. I want to thank Morik, who gave us $100 and says, "Thanks, guys, for fantastic coverage. Let's make history, Abdul." Thank you so much, Morik, for that contribution. $100, like, that goes a long, long way here at Status Coup. I cannot begin to tell you all of the things that can help with. I want Jeremy Elwood, who has been so generous with us while we've been out here. Jeremy says, "I love that I took PTO for Election Day. Go, Abdul." Hey, you know, if that is a religious experience for you, watching election returns come in, you know, that's what you got to use your PTO for, man. I'm not going to fault you on that, and we appreciate the $2 as well. Whew. I'm seeing people say thanks to me in chat. I really appreciate that. Feel free to ask any questions you have about my coverage out here in Detroit, or what I have planned coming up here in Wisconsin. But there's also a lot of people telling me to try and eat more pizza. I probably will drink more water here, actually, as we're talking. One slice of pizza will go a long way for me tonight. You know, when we're on the ground like this, it depends on the day, but like today I've had one meal and then that slice of pizza. But that's pretty typical. And then the water is just like whatever I can get my hands on whenever I can get my hands on it, because we are go, go, go. I mean, we woke up this morning, we were out interviewing election protection folks, covering how the Trump administration was actively watching the polling precincts out here, and the unease, even though that is sort of a normal thing for the Department of Justice to do, the unease it still gave people out here because of, you know, how fascistic the Trump administration has been and how it has weaponized the state against people here and across the country. So we were up covering that. We were out at polling places through the morning, into the afternoon, out in the hot sun. I was pouring sweat. I'm looking forward to a shower. Ran back to the hotel. That's where I had my one meal of the day. And then I let John crash for a minute while I dove into whatever we had for early voting data. Got myself informed on that, and then we were out here at the watch party. And obviously we've been live here now going on 4+ hours. Woo! So, in addition to paying the bills here, I also want to thank our partners at the Midas Touch Network, Ben, everybody over there. Thank you for lifting us up. We really appreciate having you. We really appreciate you giving us the broader platform to feature our journalism and our on-the-ground reporting. You guys have been fantastic partners in helping lift us up. We are so appreciative. So appreciative of that. And now, I'm going to have one more swig of water, and then we'll get back into interacting with the chat a little bit. And people are starting to crowd in towards the stage as the anticipation for Abdul speaking continues to build. Would you want to do an interview at all? Can you remind me of your name?
Habiba Chowdhury.
Habiba, nice to meet you, JT. So, Habiba, if you could introduce yourself for our audience and say what you do. And actually, let me adjust the camera because I'm a little bit taller than you. And we had our intrepid cameraman, John Farina, ran to the restroom. So I'm just going to...
I like your work. I'm a subscriber.
Oh, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. What's your name?
My name is Ahmed Ghanem.
Sorry?
Last name Ghanem. AG.
Ghanem. AG. Nice to meet you. What's that? No, I apologize.
No problem. He run last 2 years.
Oh.
I follow your work. I subscribe.
Yes, I do know of you. I apologize. I just didn't know you by name. Okay. Nice to meet you. You too, dude. You too. For real. Sorry, we're getting greeted there by Status Coup fans. You know what? There's an easier way to do this. Is that better? All right. All right. Sorry. Do that one more time now that you're a little bit more in frame than you were before. And John just came back at just the nick of time to also make sure that we are nice and in frame here. So if I could have you introduce yourself and who you're with.
Yes. Hi, my name is Habiba Chowdhury. I'm a community organizer and activist with NYCDSA. A group of us decided to come and support Abdul and Donovan McKinney for their campaigns.
Can you explain the connection that you see between what's happening out in New York City and the struggles here faced by people in Michigan who are making this decision? Why was this something where you felt like you needed to travel, damn near halfway across the country to, I'm assuming, like volunteer in this race, do like canvassing and those sorts of efforts? Why was that worth your time, expense, energy, and effort?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. For me, it was about getting back our country, especially when it comes to Medicare for All. I have a rare autoimmune condition called vasculitis. As somebody at my age, it's very unlikely. I realized how our healthcare system is so fractured, and Abdul has been championing for Medicare for All for over a decade. And affordability is a huge crisis back in New York City. I feel the same parallels are happening in Michigan, and I think it's about for us to have radical transformative change for not just only Michiganders, but this will motivate other states and other Abdul El Sayeds to come out and fearlessly challenge the status quo and APAC.
Now, Abdul El Sayed, not endorsed by DSA, but I mean, I imagine you're here in a personal capacity and not, trying to represent NYCDSA out here. I prompted you for your group, so thank you for sharing that. But who are some of those other Abdul El Sayeds across the country that you are motivated to support, maybe in the same way? Because I think these kind of volunteer efforts, if these progressive campaigns start to support each other in these ways across the country, could really mobilize into a real force. We're being directed to come this way just a little bit. Just trying to get out of the way of folks somewhat. So who are some of those other Abdul El Sayeds type candidates across the country that you're excited about?
Well, we just had an incredible race in New York City with Daralisa Villa-Chavalier and with Claire Valdez. I think there's going to be more coming out from New York City with 2028 coming around the corner. I think that's going to really take a lot of organizing power. I think we need to see more leaders that look like us, that understand the working class communities and issues that are affecting people across like various party lines.
What are some of those issues?
Definitely affordability, healthcare, and reinvesting into our infrastructure. I think most of the time when I was organizing, when I first started organizing, it was for Bernie Sanders back in 2020. So I came here to Michigan, I went to South Carolina, I went to New Hampshire, and the constant fear that people had, they don't really trust their politicians. I myself was in distrust for some time, and then when Zoran ran, everyone was like, okay, there's a leader like Zoran who's courageous enough. We could replicate this all over the country. And I think it's about time we have leaders that are from all walks of life to really challenge this status.
As just an individual who's in DSA, what do you want to see DSA's role in the presidential election come 2028 be?
Yes, I believe so that we have to have a representative that understands how we could get the power back to the people. When it comes to Washington, D.C., I think they're starting to get really afraid of DSA. And they're starting to get afraid that when we start building coalitions across race, gender, sexuality, across income, then we're going to win back those seats that were supposed to be representative of us. It's not right, it's wrong that other countries like Israel is receiving funding for their health care. They have free health care. They have free education, and our communities, Americans, are struggling. Why is that?
Yeah, they get a subsidized military that frees them up to have all of these robust social programs while people here in the United States are. I mean, I was interviewing people in Northwest Detroit today who were talking about, having no access to food, what you might call food deserts. They used other terms up there, but I mean, similar thing where people don't have access to food. They were complaining about the state of their schools, like basic things that people should have just as innate human rights that should just be a matter of right and wrong and should not be a political debate, and yet is in this country. Is there somebody right now, either in Democratic politics or on the fringes of it, who you think embodies that fight, that could carry that message at a national level in a race like for president?
I support AOC, but I don't think she's ready yet.
Oh, interesting.
I think our country is still very sexist and racist towards a woman, especially a woman of color. I would love to see her win 2028. I do think Abdul is going to be president one day. I see it, like, inshallah, he's going to win tonight, and then we're going to see him in the 2030s running for president. So, yeah, I'm definitely, like, if DSA decides to support whoever they decide to support, I'm definitely going to back them.
Well, I got to ask, there's a DSA endorsed candidate in my neck of the woods, Francesca Hong, running for governor of Wisconsin. But, I mean, there we're talking about Asian woman running in a swing state. Do you think she is ready? I mean, if you say that our country's not ready necessarily yet for AOC, is a place like Wisconsin, do you think, ready for someone like Francesca Hong for governor?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's the difference then?
I think a lot of people in Wisconsin, the organizing, it goes back to the organizing, and I think Madison especially, like, they're more progressive and open-minded. I think when it comes to maybe more of the Republican states, it might be a bit challenging to get support for AOC, but I think when it comes to her talking more about the data centers and Medicare for all, I think she has a shot, but I think racism still, is in the
could be a big hurdle for her to overcome.
I think it's if Hillary Clinton couldn't even win as a white woman.
It didn't help that Hillary Clinton did not visit the state of Wisconsin.
Exactly. So I think when it comes to 2028, it could happen maybe, but it's going to require a lot of organizing power.
A lot of organizing power. So I've asked you to take some very specific stands on some very specific races here. Let's go a little bit more broad. Right now we're seeing DSA, progressive candidates more broadly like Abdul El-Sayed have this real moment in Democratic politics. One question I've been asking a lot of people here in this room is how much do you think it is a flash in the pan? Is this we got to take advantage of just where the electorate is in 2026, or is this something that can be sustained for multiple election cycles?
It will definitely. This is just a momentum. This is the start. I think that AOC should run for U.S. Senate in New York. She should challenge Chuck Schumer. If Abdul El-Sayed could beat $60 million of AIPAC funding, AOC could win New York State, by a landslide with Chuck Schumer. We need to get rid of him first, and then in the 2030s, she should definitely run. That's what I think. What was the other part of your question?
No, I mean, I was just asking, can this be sustained?
Yes, definitely.
You answered that. So, what's the message that this race, even it's going to be down to the wire here, but AIPAC, special interest backed up a truckload of money. We're talking $32 million from AIPAC, another $30 million on top of that from other special interests on behalf of Haley Stevens, $80 million spent total from outside groups in this race. What is the message that Abdul El-Sayed being able to take this down to the wire and maybe even overcome that money? What is the message that you think is being sent to groups like AIPAC here tonight that have a real clear interest in buying U.S. elections?
They better watch out, because our country is going to be taken back by us. We're ready to challenge anybody that comes in our way. And it begins at the grassroots level. I think it took, Abdul a decade of real people power organizing, building trust. And we have that infrastructure now in place. And with the 9 out of 10 races of DSA candidates that won in New York City, we're replicating that again with Chris Rabb and then Mila Kiros in Colorado.
There's almost so many you forget. I've tried to list them off on this stream, and the names fall out of your head at a certain point.
Donovan, I think he's going to win tonight too.
He is up as of the last time I checked.
Yes, we need real leadership that isn't afraid to question our system. Why are our people being neglected? We're not going to be divided anymore. Using religion, weaponizing Islam. I'm Muslim, so I grew up post 9/11. And my father was a taxi cab driver, so I've seen how that affects our health, and the division that caused within all our communities. And I think more people are realizing that it's not our faith that's the problem, it's literally Zionism that's the problem.
Anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
Everyone should just be ready for a better possible country. And when we come together, regardless of who we are or where we come from, that's how we build a movement. That's how we build a revolution. And it's going to start in Michigan tonight with Abdul El-Sayed winning.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. My hand is very sweaty, so I apologize. But thank you so much for talking to me. I really appreciate it. All right, take care. All right, I'm going to step off to the side here, John. If you just want to show the room, I need to grab a drink of water here. Those cheers are because the watch party is being shown on MS Now on the screen, so people here cheering for themselves. Status Quo News, online independent progressive outlet. I do want to note that the vote for Dearborn has now at least come in part, and that was expected to be an El-Sayed bastion of votes, and it indeed has proven to be so. 77% for Abdul in Dearborn, 20% for Haley Stevens. That is the largest Arab American population in America is in Dearborn, and really showed up for Abdul El-Sayed tonight. And Stevens' lead in Wayne County, again, Detroit, where the predominantly black community that was supposed to be a base of a lot of her support was among the black community. And not to say that she's not doing well among the black community, but her lead here in this county now down to 7%. There was a point earlier in the night where it was up at 30 plus percentage points. And so as that lead continues to shrink, I think that is a big reason why we have seen these vote shares not change incredibly much between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens. And it does look like I'm watching CNN screen off to the side. It looks like Haley Stevens is addressing her crowd right now. So I would expect her to come out and speak, and then Abdul to come out right after she is done. More star power back out on the floor here as this room has filled up with people. Just off to our left here, John, Hassan Piker back on the floor. He's interviewing Chris Robb, who is the Democratic nominee for Congress in Philadelphia. And you can just see how crowded this room is now. Everybody, especially now that Haley Stevens is actively out on the stage, and right now seems to be giving a "you rah rah" speeches in the we're going to ensure that every vote is counted type of speech. I'm waiting to see exactly what she's saying on the stage. I'm going to try and look that up right now. Yeah, I'm just seeing right now Jordan Sheridan messaging me saying Stevens talking now, saying a whole lot of nothing. But yeah, I mean, without a race being called, it would be silly for her to come out and just concede, even though things not looking very good for her at this particular moment. You may as well, if you're in her position, tell your faithful to go home, say we need to ensure that every vote is counted, and thanks for coming out. I was reading some of the closed captions on her speech where she was just saying, hey, we built this movement from all of these different Michigan communities, and just kind of revving up the crowd in a lot of applause lines. And right now talking about the threat that she feels Mike Rogers, the Republican now presumptive nominee, as the race has been called for him, that Mike Rogers will present in the Senate if he were to be elected. I'm seeing Milak Kiros now also out here on who just was won the Democratic primary for her congressional seat in Colorado. Looking to see if we've got more of these high-profile progressive wins from elsewhere in the country in the House right now. I'm sure we do, and you might even be playing a Where's Waldo, looking at John's camera. You can see more than I can. You might be picking out all of these people, because this is a who's who of progressive media and the progressive movement that are here in this room right now. And Stevens, looking at results coming in here to me, sent to me from Jordan Sheridan, Stevens only winning Oakland County, which is her home county that she represents in Congress. She's only winning it by 5% at the moment. Not the showing you want to see. And it seems like the election night screen is being raised up, meaning we're going to stop watching the results here. The music dying down. Seems like since Stevens is now done talking, it seems like that means we're about to get Abdul to come out here and speak.
Hey.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
What's
How
your
are
name?
you?
Oh,
Sharif, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, JT.
What's up, brother? Hey,
John.
John.
Hey,
Status Coup.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Holy
JT.
shit. What's up? What's up, guys?
What's your name? Sorry?
Sebastian.
Sebastian.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you,
Nice
JT.
to meet you. Nice to meet you. You're out there, right? Yeah. Okay.
And it seems like we are in the closing moments here, where before Abdul speaks, he promised to come out by 1 a.m. It is now 12:58 in the morning. If you are still with us, my hat is off to you. In fact, our audience has only grown here across the night. And I want to say to all of you who have been with us here through this coverage, thank you so much. It is truly humbling that so many of you turned to us for your news and your coverage here tonight. We're the leading on-the-ground outlet. We're expecting Abdul to come out right now. And I'll quiet down so you can listen in.
It is now my great honor to introduce the man of the hour, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. All right, y'all. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for?
wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. Movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling the state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2,000 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests, and because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests, they weren't going to give up lightly. We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on the left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what will happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies, told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. But I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you. I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, how am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got into business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You got to come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era, and I just think that's the worst of all. Because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday. Who voted to raise our prescription drug prices, who supported wars we don't need to fight, who tried to shut down our bridges, who wants to stand in the way of our unions, who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals, built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I spent summers in Egypt. I crossed 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles. All right? Otherwise, never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow, the fact this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years, continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. And for the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like 2 little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they ask, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. So with that, we should know who the victor will be tomorrow. Abdul. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Politics. Money in your? Politics. Medicare for? All. Let's go win. Thank you so much.
Hopefully people can hear me over this music. All right, we're going to go over the results one more time. One more time here. I want to start with Michigan's 13th. These are the outstanding results here. In Michigan's 13th, where Donovan McKinney is trying to upset and unseat Sri Thanadar, the incumbent Democrat. Donovan McKinney is currently leading with 51.7% of the vote. Sri Thanadar, 48.3%, and that is with 69% of the vote reporting. Latest update in the Senate race that we are here to cover, first and foremost, Abdul El-Sayed, 49.2% of the vote. Haley Stevens, 46.9%. So a little over a 2-point margin. 82% of the vote in. And what I'm seeing from election analysts that I trust and follow is that where this vote is outstanding, while it's known the communities, it's not clear, exactly where in those communities this vote is still outstanding from, to be able to make accurate predictions about how that vote will impact the totals already reported. That's why this is remaining an uncallable race. We call it too early to call rather than too close to call here. At least according to who, I don't know, maybe I owe money to at this point. But according to Zachary Danini over at Vote Hub, who has just provided some really great stuff that I've been able to use here, is that as of right now, he would say that Abdul is on track for about a 1.5-point victory. But again, that comes with the caveat of not knowing where that vote is out of yet. That if we just assumed it was like all the other vote that we've seen so far, 1.5 points is what should separate these candidates at the end of things. But it could be that the votes that are outstanding skew more heavily towards Stevens, which still gives her that narrow path towards victory. But that is where things stand here as of 1:19 in the morning on Wednesday. Nearly 5 hours after we started streaming. There are thousands of you still watching. I am tickled by that. Feels so good that you guys have been with John and I. They are starting to clear the room.
Make their way toward the exit.
They are starting to clear the room, so I'm going to wrap here. But before I do, I want to say some of you have been incredibly generous with us tonight. And for that, I want to take my hat off because we are reliant on you, our viewers, for everything that we do here. All of our journalism is built off the backs of our viewers. And we would not be able to do this if it weren't for the viewers who, in every live report, every video report, every Substack article we write before this, hadn't seen fit to donate to Status Coup, we wouldn't be able to be here now. And I think the generosity from folks tonight is probably a recognition of the work that we are doing tonight. But I want to make the point that we tend to here at Status Coup, the money that comes in, like we have it's a roller coaster ride of funding for us. Good nights like this for us end up funding the journalism to come for months into the future. And so I'll make one final plea here. We never break for ads at any point in this broadcast. And I'm not going to do it now. The only thing you have to do is go to statuscoup.com/join, become a member for as low as $5 a month. And this kind of on-the-ground reporting, even when it's not so sexy as an election night watch party with the built-in drama, you are going to support real on-the-ground journalism. You are going to support real on-the-ground journalism that otherwise would not have happened were it not for you. And I am so incredibly grateful to those of you who have seen fit to donate to us in whatever way you can. And I know John is. He's been nodding behind the camera here as I talk. Jordan, Michelle, Colin, Tanita, our whole team here at Status Coup. Philip, who just started. What a week for you to start, Philip, doing social media for us. We are so incredibly grateful to all of you who have supported us. We're grateful to our partners at the Midas Touch Network who help give us a larger platform to reach more of you with this on-the-ground coverage, real on-the-ground journalism like this. We are so... Oh, yeah, DropSite has platformed our reporting out here as well. Great partners there as well. And I really can't tell you, like, this is a dream job for me. Status Coup really shaped how I developed as a journalist, just being a fan of them, and now I get to report on air from places like my beloved Detroit, where my Lions and Tigers play, and I get to come see them and pay homage to where they play sports, while at the same time covering progressive insurgent movements that have a chance to make a real difference in the lives of working people. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. And it means so much to me, and it means so much to our team here. And I really appreciate all of the generosity. So one more time, statuscoup.com/join. Help cover those thousands of dollars of expenses that it takes to put us on the ground and have us be live on air for 5 hours. I am going to lose my voice tomorrow. Oh my God. But we really appreciate all of your support. So on behalf of myself, on behalf of John Farina behind the camera, on behalf of our entire Status Coup team, on behalf of our entire Status Coup team who is back home supporting this stream right now and has stayed up for these last many hours with us, thank you all so much. Thank you again to our partners at the Midas Touch Network and DropSite who have given us these amazing platforms on which to spread our on-the-ground journalism, because social media, the algorithms, the corporate oligarchs don't give us that opportunity. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all of you watching at home, most of all, the thousands of you who chose to watch through us rather than through those corporate media outlets that were at your disposal, that would have fed you those ads, that would have fed you that preconditioned slop that supports the establishment that is already entrenched in power in this country. You chose us, and that is not lost on me, and I am incredibly grateful. I appreciate it. So until next time, I'm JT Siskowski, live on the ground in Detroit for Status Coup. Good night.